and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken, the door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it, I've lost control. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, yeah. You see it through, you see it through.
Ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. You know Mark, South Stuff, South Stuff. Type to never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so we move, we move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone would show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine, calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move, we move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round again. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shot me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, I recover it. When I look what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad. Now I'm lying in bed, stupid thoughts in my head, got me thinking of you. If you let me know lies, slowly losing my mind. Are you feeling this too? Don't be sorry, you're my angel in disguise. Yeah, you got me, yeah. It's big naughty, wanna put my body next to your body. Cause you shoot me in the heart, can't get over it.
If you're looking for the hottest competitive Wild Rift tournament,
Tak payah tengok jauh-jauh. Dekat Malaysia pun ada pasukan hebat.
They're so good, even I can make a prediction.
Berjaya Dragons? Geek fan? Even the new teams are top tier.
Expect to see the spiciest team fights, the sneakiest Baron steal, and even the plays that you never see coming.
Detik-detik menghiburkan dan penuh gelak ketawa. Hey, pulas kita pun kelakar juga.
And if you're not convinced, maybe our community giveaways would.
Musim yang paling panas. Chili, Vieta. Musim paling pedas.
Musim yang paling lazat.
Fall season. Musim jatuh.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Get in. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa naga dan itu the infernal boundary. Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Bomb. Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage. Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill. Mencari yang keempat. Dan quadra kill.
Welcome all of you summoners to the weekend, and this is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific presenting to you the Icon Series Malaysia, where we have only 2 slots for the Malaysian teams to qualify to the CE Championships, as we are currently here in the playoffs. My name is Contra, alongside with me is Husky, and all of this, of course, is presented to you by Riot Games, and we definitely have to thank ESL for it as well. And also a big shout out to our tournament partners, Maggie Podka.
Yeah, it's an exciting weekend, Contra, and what a storyline we have seen so far. Yesterday we started with 5 teams, we ended with 4, with Semnai being the latest elimination that we have to kind of endure as we slowly work towards the climax. But today is a storyline of redemption, it's a storyline of payback, and it's a storyline of making a statement. We have UndeRank taking on Berjaya Dragons later on, and we also have Geek taking on Saudaga EBLZ. There's no better way to continue what we've already have written for ourselves, and I just can't wait to get started.
That's right, and I really do love how you have narrated the entirety of what happened back in the regular season. Now, look at where they're at as we take a look into the whole bracket of the playoffs. So yesterday, you have casted some of the matches with the Hound, and well, to my surprise, UndeRank take a full 3 games against the likes of SDGR EBLZ, and now they will have to face off against Geek. So talk us through of some of the things that happened, and this big shock factor here was Geek making the biggest of comeback in the playoffs by taking out Semnai.
Yeah, for UndeRank, it was definitely a clean performance. I think a lot of people expected Saudaga EBLZ to at least draw blood, but that was not the case. UndeRank now gets to face off against Berjaya Dragons in a rematch where they did beat Berjaya Dragons 2-1 in the group stage, and that was the only series that Berjaya Dragons lost. So Berjaya Dragons wants a revenge, and like you mentioned, Geek showing us the best and the most upsetting series in their favor as they completely decimated Semnai. A Geek that we have doubted the entire group stage, where we question whether the Geek now is good enough without their former leader. They've proven that, they've made a statement, and they look to continue that legacy. And this is what we will have for today, starting off with Berjaya Dragons against UndeRank in a best of 5, follow up with Saudaga EBLZ taking on Geek.
Essentially, the first series will determine who will secure their slot into the CE championship. So this is extremely important, not only for Berjaya Dragons, but also for UndeRank. And we have seen that head-to-head record that they came pretty close by. UndeRank has also managed to take games off of Berjaya Dragons before. So the question is, can they do it again here in the upper bracket finals? So we got Berjaya Dragons here, who hasn't played a single game throughout the playoffs. They might have actually concocted some great recipe to face off against UndeRank. And starting things off, we'll have to look into the roster, which will remain unchanged, where we got Asilla over on Baron lane, Syndicate in the jungle, Chili in the mid, and on that dual lane, we've got both Sagi and Winter.
Very solid lineup with a touch of spice, especially with this new roster. I think Asilla and Syndicate brought forth a lot of innovation. As when you look at Asilla, when you give him the opportunity, he's one of those few Akali players that still picks that champion actively in the Baron lane and performs well on it. So if you think Berjaya Dragons and Summer Icon is a threat, the Fall Icon is going to be a bigger challenge. But for UndeRank, there are no strangers to challenges. There are no strangers to tough opponents, because there's Crown in the Baron lane, Arashi roaming in the jungle, Kagame in the mid lane, and in the bottom lane, the dual lane, we have Coffee and Shanks.
And you know, these are the two teams who have definitely employed international talents, and it has definitely benefited both of them. In particular, Arashi has been performing excellently well, and now both of these teams feel some excellent mid lane finesse, as well as the dual lane over on Coffee as well as Sagi. But here we have to focus on Chili as well as Kagame. What can we actually tell coming out of these stats? Because Chili looks like that he has a little bit of better KDA.
Yeah, it definitely feels so, right? The numbers favor Chili a bit more, but that is also because Chili plays a more active role as a mid laner. A lot of control mages, a lot of assassin mid-game champions, you know, the Ari, the Orianna, we see that once in a while. But for Kagame, he likes to take his time. He likes to contribute towards the later stages of the game, which is why one of his best champions is that Corki. So that number might have been in favor of Chili, but it definitely does not spell out the whole story for UndeRank as well. I think the distinction between these two mid laners will definitely play a huge part in this series coming up, where UndeRank has very good late game control, and Berjaya Dragons, they're more active when the mid game begins.
Yeah, and we can definitely tell that there is a little bit of difference when it comes down to the priorities of both of all these ace mid laners, where Chili has stated back in the interviews with us from time to time that he's a mid laner who loves to roam, he loves to contribute, and just work in tandem with the jungler to secure advantages back for the side of Berjaya Dragons. Now, I want to hear from you, and I guess we've already got a little bit of pop-up from below. Now, I predicted this series to be extremely close, and there is opportunities for the side of UndeRank to win, but I want to see if they can actually best out Berjaya Dragons, which BJD have remained very much consistent, and I don't think that's going to change in the upper brackets, but I want to see if UndeRank can still climb back up from the lower bracket itself.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, because as much as UndeRank received a lot of praises, they've shown us how much they've come since the Summer Icon series. Berjaya Dragons are still a cut above, and this is the glass ceiling that all of these teams will have to eventually run into and try to break through. This is kind of the bottleneck that UndeRank will need to overcome. They beat Berjaya Dragons in that group stage, but now with the group stage over, Berjaya Dragons still remain as the first seed coming into playoffs. So it really shows how stronger, how much consistent Berjaya Dragon is. So if UndeRank can draw blood, that's good. But if UndeRank can take down Berjaya Dragon, that would be the upset of the entire tournament.
What I really do like about UndeRank is that fast-paced action coming into the early game, where they are extremely deadly when they can find all these great openings. It could be from the side lanes, it could be from the mid lane as well, where you just can't rely on that jungle to go in for some pretty darn good setup. So if we really want to dive into what might happen in the jungle, I would think that Lee Sin pick is something that's something to be expected overall. Other than that, is there any sort of a champion that you will think it would be high priority for either side of the team?
I think for the side of Berjaya Dragon, other than Lee Sin, we definitely need to keep our eyes on the Rengar. Syndicate has demonstrated that his Rengar is, is a hunter to be feared. We have seen Jarvan every now and then, but I guess the meta is slowly pivoting towards more of the high tempo junglers. But before we go further into the draft, we have something for you guys, and it is the grand finals tomorrow, where we have the influencer showdown, the hardest showdown in fact, showdown paling hangat between Team Fabra and Team Eliminate, happening 1 p.m. right before the best of 7 tomorrow. So if you guys have been following these superstars, it is time to watch them duke it out and prove that they are the better team leader.
Well, if you were to be on either side of the team, which one would you vote for? I'm pretty much on Fabra's side, as he's finally reaching the Challenger Series itself. So I wonder if Lemonade can actually cope up. But then again, she did send us some great goodies, so I want to give her brownie points for that. Now, finally, we are set for our very first series. And in game 1, we'll have Berjaya Dragons to start off on that blue side. So they will begin with the very first ban, and that's going to be focused on Kagami in the mid lane. And even more down the road, there's going to be a little bit more of that heavy focus on Assassins. TF is also eliminated.
Yeah, both teams actually share kind of a similar champion pool to a certain extent. Ari and Rengar being the two, the two most obvious one. This is gonna force Kagami to probably look at champions like the Corki now that Ziggs is also eliminated. Obviously, we have Galio available. Looking at Berjaya Dragons, they probably want to go for the Galio simply because Camille has been picked up. But for UndeRank, I'm looking to what they want to respond. Gragas seems to be a good choice where you can disengage from the #ultimatum and they will steal the Galio away from Berjaya Dragons.
I really do like how Berjaya Dragons are actually giving up a few options here just to secure the Camille, and they really wanted, they just give this up away. But UndeRank, they have a really good balance pick up here. So when we look into the Olaf pick, it's going to be great for them to just run into these team fights without worrying all too much, especially when he pops that Ragnarok. Now, Kha'Zix in response, what do you feel about this pick?
At Kha'Zix, I love it because it is, again, a high-tempo jungler. Arashi is very proficient on these kind of champions. And what we saw from UndeRank yesterday when they took on Saudaga EBLZ was that their lineup had a lot of mobility. The Kha'Zix, the Tristana, the Galio, now the Gragas, all of these champions have a way to get out of a tough situation, but they also have a way to re-engage. Kha'Zix gets a reset on that Wings upgrade. Tristana gets a reset with the Rocket Jump. Rank in a prolonged fight is just stronger, which is why Berjaya Dragon picks up Chili's Orianna, give a bit of more control during those chaotic moments, and they also have the
really interesting.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And we are looking at a Nasus that has come by, and I think that yesterday we saw a glimpse of it heading in towards the Dragon lane and caught us by surprise, but I think that this gives a really strong sustainability to the Nasus, especially you have a Senna that constantly heals him, and it's basically raising up a giant puppy to eventually devour the side of UndeRank. But now with Akshan coming into play, you gotta really look out for some of all these big plays coming from the comeuppance, and if he managed to take down any one of all these members of BJD, then easily they can go in for a really good reset to really steal the show.
Yeah, and Akshan also adds the element of revival, right? The going rogue, when you become a scoundrel, he is going to try to look for those resets. And the main theme for UndeRank in game 1 is just reset, reset, and more reset. And what better way to facilitate that and bring it up another notch? You have a reset and you have a revive. If you get your whole team back to life, you essentially just get an insurmountable lead. So I want to see how Kagami deals with Chili in this middle lane. Definitely very distinctive characteristic in terms of matchup. Marksman against a control mage, you would expect Chili to have more control, but Kagami always has the element of resetting his team. So that is what we need to focus on a bit more.
And this matchup with Akshan versus an Orianna, it may actually favor the shunned a little bit slightly due to the fact that he can easily poke her out in the early levels. But by mid-game onwards, Oriana should no problems whatsoever to not only land some burst. Coffee already soaking a little bit, tad of the damage here, and Winter's going to be holding that heal. And once he does have his ultimate available, it's just going to go much more of that health bars to work with as well. So it's not really going to be all too easy, and Sagi just constantly poke out Shanks, and he's really working his heart out just to ensure that none of these members of UndeRank gets any sort of advantage in the early game right down bottom.
Yeah, and what's good about the Senna Nasus is that Senna is a champion that scales, that both champions scale infinitely, but the big difference is that Senna scales without resources. All she needs is the mist, whereas Winter, he needs a bit more. He needs to get the siphoning strike stacks, which is why Sagi is just setting up so that Winter can get those last hit-ins. Meanwhile, they're also disrupting the wave, making sure that they are going to crash 2-3 waves underneath the UndeRank turret and taking a bit of structural damage and also setting up for a potential gank.
We go potential gank. Syndicate is already ready, and here comes the snare. This will be first blood, easily handled by Berjaya Dragons, and it has to go to Winter.
That is just preparation. Berjaya Dragons have been ready for this for the past 2 minutes. Kagami's gonna come in and try to get a bit of payback, but unfortunately, there's just not enough damage. In fact, Berjaya Dragons, they will walk away for free plating an UndeRank just like that. They've lost control of the bot lane.
Rashi is trying to find an opening over top portion as well. There's nothing to be gained out of that. Syndicate probably after that sort of setup may have actually lost the blue buff over, but this is where the collapse happens once again. Kagami paying, and he's only going to be shaking a little bit of those health bars off, and he will come in to try to find Sagi yet again. But that's all that he can do. There's not enough all these crowd control that can be offered by UndeRank to lock on towards Sagi or even Winter. So with so much spacing involved, Sagi still has the exhaust available, although he did burn a flash. I think that's a decent way to actually start off here for the side of Berjaya Dragons. UndeRank still finding ways to pry things open. We're looking to builds as well. It seems like Crown is going more on towards the AP side.
Yeah, and Crown into Asilla is one of the matchups that I think we can pay a bit of attention to, because if you compare all the Baron laners right now in the league, Crown is kind of on the weaker side. He doesn't have much outstanding performance. Most of the games that Crown plays in, he either goes even or he gets dominated, and that is okay with UndeRank. No, we got to spoke to Crown yesterday, and for UndeRank, Crown just needs to go even. We know for a fact that Asilla is a very strong Baron laner, possibly better than Crown in a lot of minute aspects, which is why Crown, with a champion like Gragas, is not gonna worry getting dominated. He has good sustain, good disengage, and all he needs to do is to just not die. And that is the bare minimum that is enough for UndeRank. But Berjaya Dragons runs into an ambush, but it's not enough to finish them off.
And it's also very important for Syndicate not to have too much of all these health bars being chunked out, because the Baron has, the Dragon has already spawned up. Excuse me for that. More wards being set up by the side of Sagi, as most of the members of UndeRank are still over on the mid lane. Looks being done towards Coffee, and this is where Berjaya Dragons are slowly moving into the drain. Cloud Drake as a starter, and UndeRank opts to go for a very equal trade by moving over on towards the Rift Herald instead. So this is pretty much a decent way to start things off. Now with the smite, Berjaya Dragon secures the Cloud Drake. It still takes a little long while, and that's where Berjaya Dragons, they want to come in with punishment. Shanks now falling low, and they are looking for a pick up there. Explosive cast drops onto Sagi, while Coffee tries to look for Chili. Now they regroup, and they will eventually get the Rift Herald.
Yep, they've got what they came here for. And one more thing that about the Nasus pick that we love from the side of Berjaya Dragons is the fact that he has Wither, one of the strongest debuff in the game. If you're up against someone like Coffee, someone like a Tristana, you drop the Wither, he becomes useless. Dive in the bottom lane.
Kagami, you know, he might just be able to find a kill right under the turret, but Syndicate second class slot for that. Here comes Hero's entrance, dropping right in just to negate BJD for advancing forward. They've got what they needed, taking down the tier 1 turret up top, and it has already been exchanged. It's currently 21k gold to 18, and Berjaya Dragons, they may have the slight lead for, but any given time, if UndeRank gets that power spike to take on fights, especially with a good pickup, they will be able to find a way to equalize.
A lot of the lead came from the bottom lane as well, where we saw early on, Coffee was not able to get much farm. He walks up, he gets poked by both Winter and Sagi, and now he's quite far behind, and Berjaya Dragons, they're looking for a fight.
Yeah, good snare onto 2. Coffee now in trouble. Shanks has to be the one to be giving them a little bit of spacing here. Just look at the pokes coming from Sagi as well as Winter.
boy.
Here comes the not enough to take down the side of Coffee, but good enough for him to slowly secure a little bit more room for the platings of the turret. But will UndeRank respond right here, right now? The cast connects. Chili hit over the wall, but he's not going to be all too phased about that. And now they will be able to slowly reset, but it's kind of like interesting to see how there was a dive being set up initially over on end where Berjaya Dragons was willing to make certain exchanges happen. Now that they don't really have major objectives, they are still for a couple of pickoffs as well as to zone them away from the tier 1 top lane.
Yeah, and Berjaya Dragons have been doing something really well, which is they always make the first move. They always make sure that they reach their destination first and create that pressure. Forced to play really reactive, and all these pokes are making life hard, but UndeRank, they don't have the explosive cast to go for the engage. This is not going to be a fight that they want to take.
Yeah, Berjaya Dragons, they're the ones controlling the pacing of the game right at this moment. Crown now on very dangerous levels of health. Here comes and Shockwave dropping right in as they try to look for Sagi. But Sagi can easily just heal up, and that's the strength of playing the Senna in this current patch. And the beauty about playing Senna in this patch as well, it enables a lot of different kind of matchups over a bottom lane if you want to run her as a support, or even have the status here that goes infinitely scaling like you said. It's very viable, and I love the creativity that was offered by Berjaya Dragons.
And Berjaya Dragons, not only did they force UndeRank to follow them wherever they go, they also made sure that Kagame doesn't join the fight. One of the biggest strengths UndeRank's draft has is Kagame with that reset, with the Scoundrel passive. But if Kagame is not in the fight, you're not going to be worried about a 1 versus 10 good engage.
Hero's entrance coming in a little bit tapped too late, but this is where the Akshan will try to respond by finding Syndicate, but they won't be able to lock him down. Sagi drops in that particular moment. He didn't even force a flash over, and you gotta really give credit towards the side of UndeRank for that really instant response, and they should be able to eventually get later hands on this Drake. And the rest of Berjaya Dragons, they're not even looking to contest. They have no vision set up inside of the river, and that's a little bit too concerning. But what they managed to do is have Asilla forced his way up over on towards the top side, and now that's where you will need Crown to eventually regroup with the side of UndeRank. And just look at Winter on his build. He's got like this mask going on, he's got the Thimble Winter, and this is...
Yeah, and Berjaya Dragons, they will continue to try and amp up the pressure. Two ultimates that these teams need to be worried about. If you're Berjaya Dragons, always look out for the explosive cast. If you're UndeRank, always the Shockwave. These two skills can displace you, and it can make the fight, it can kind of be the 180 turnaround that the team needs. So UndeRank, they just capitalized the fact that Sagi overextended. However, despite that, Berjaya Dragons just have superior pushing power. Now they will siege the tier 1, and UndeRank have no business staying here.
Yeah, they just have to give way to the current spikes that Berjaya Dragons will currently have. While UndeRank, they may try to find a little bit of a pick, as Crown is still trying his very best to stall for time over on the side lanes. It's going to be very difficult for UndeRank to keep control of the Camille, hitting it towards the late phase of the game. As you can see that Asila is dictating the tempo on those side lanes. Well, there is a Baron that's going to be spawned up already. I don't think that the Berjaya Dragons are looking to start this one off, but they've already spotted two. Here comes Hectic Ultimate, buying a little bit more time. And that's going to be creating a little space. That's going to be 100% saving him for a tad longer, but not for long. Arashi eventually picks up a kill, and this is the perfect timing for Berjaya Dragons to start off with the Drake. And Kagami has got eyes on them, looking for Chili as well, and he's going to give chase. And Berjaya Dragons match to smite it off away, but they will have to run away from the rest of UndeRank. Now, Winter gets knocked up in the air with a hero's entrance, and eventually giving 2 kills over UndeRank.
Usagi has a tank the comeuppance from Kagami, but that was the first glimpse into UndeRank's draft, the strength of their lineup. All these resets, you just cannot run away. If you're Berjaya Dragons and you're caught in that position, you have to try and make the best out of the fight, because UndeRank, they chase you down to the ends of the earth. And Chili, he is in such a dangerous position. UndeRank, they see him. They might be able to collapse on him in the middle lane.
Yeah, and Kagami just buying a little bit of time here. He's going to be able to actually swing across, but how long can he run when both the 11th Camille will be able to pummel their way down? And Berjaya Dragons now rushing towards the mid side. They do have a few minutes to work with, just exporting both sides of the wave over top as well as mid. And UndeRank just have to pick the side. Body slam! Chili turns golden. Beautiful explosive pass, and that's where the rest of UndeRank gives chase. Looking for Chili as well, with Winter buying enough time. But Berjaya Dragons might just actually going for the recommitment as well. And Rashi will fall. And BJD currently not having the most kills, but they have been able to shut down a few members of UndeRank, and they will open up tier 2 up mid.
UndeRank not able to, thanks to Berjaya Dragon having those stasis upgrade both on Chili and Winter, and that really slowed down UndeRank's tempo. For UndeRank, it is all about going fast, going hard, and constantly just not letting up the pace. When you start your flurry of punches, you don't want to let up. Berjaya Dragon forces them to have these breathing space in between that UndeRank didn't really want, and that's what allowed Berjaya Dragons to come in for the re-engage. Now UndeRank, they're alive, they want to get this trade for sure, but Berjaya Dragons will be ready to contest this, and just looking at the sums alone, Berjaya Dragons have that advantage.
Good snare onto the Galio. Chang's now being caught out. Hexen will not give him any space to go out. And that's where they managed to snipe him away. And Winter now in a really awkward position. And that explosive cast creates a little bit more spacing for the side of UndeRank. But that's still no good news, as Berjaya Dragons will get this free pass onto the Infernal Ring. But they are a little bit too late to the scene. UndeRank now in an awkward position. They managed to stare down Arashi. This ain't any good sign. And that's where the rest of UndeRank, they get picked on one after another, with Crown going down first.
UndeRank overstepping their boundaries. They have no business without Shanks. And sure, Shanks the hero's entrance, but one of the ways to disable that is with the hashtag ultimatum, and Asila did it perfectly. They know that this support Galio is not as tanky as the core, so all they have to do is to burst him out, and UndeRank completely loses any sort of opportunities to fight in a fair 5 versus 5. They don't have that layer of protection, and they will not feel comfortable taking on Berjaya Dragons at all. And one more thing that this Nasus provide, other than the Wither as one of the most horrible debuff for a core, is also the Spirit Fire. Magic damage over time, huge AoE, reduces your resistance. Even if you jump on Berjaya Dragons, if you fight in the Spirit Fire, you're asking to continuously get burned down. And UndeRank, they just have so many avenues that they cannot really fight with. Berjaya Dragons are taking advantage of that.
Right, and it also forces the marksman of UndeRank to eventually go for something like the QSS instead of having options like the stasis. So it's going to be really vital on when they actually start a fight. UndeRank, their only option here is to find openings to really contest on that Baron buff. But yet again, when you have Asila who's always going to be split pushing, you will be put in towards this 4 versus 5 scenario, and that may not look all too great for the side of UndeRank. And as you look at the numbers, it may just look pretty close. And here comes Exit Element dropping right in. Hero's entrance to turn it to a 2v1. Asilla does not want to commit. But here comes Explosive Cast onto Sagi. He'll lock him down. He does have a little bit of time with the shield being brought up. Come on to Chili. Will bring him down to 4%. And UndeRank, they're trading pretty much evenly so. And I think that if you give them just about enough time, UndeRank may still be able to pull through.
Yep, UndeRank has not hit critical mass just yet. But we saw what Berjaya Dragons tried to do. They lured Shanks away. Kagami, no, ironically, is the only champion that can do with Asilla right now with the help of Shanks. Every other champion would just get assassinated, and they cannot afford to have Crown deal with him. They get a trap on the Syndicate, but Ragnarok will bring him to safety. So all the draft working out. Asilla found Kagami.
Oh, this time around, there's no Hero's entrance available. Kagami does have a little bit of help coming from Coffee, though. And Asilla just has to let go of that one close kill that he could have actually acquired. Now, 9,000 in terms of gold difference, and this is a little bit concerning on how UndeRank did not manage to play to the tempo of Berjaya Dragons. It's honestly not too much on the team fight portion when it comes down to the aspect of how UndeRank has been able to answer back on a couple of all these occasions. The only problem now is if UndeRank were to even try to look for these objectives, they may have to play a little bit more sacrificial, and they have to let go on some of these priorities because of how well Asilla has been able to play. And now here comes Asilla as we speak of it. Hexen Ultimate is dropping on towards Shanks and immediately coming in with that explosive pass as well. And also reconnecting, and that will drop on towards all 5. It won't be hindering the rest of UndeRank for the moment. And UndeRank will have them going on the reset. Now, Eldritch Drake available in the form of Ocean. And Crown might just be taken off for free with so little health left. Sagi did not land the final blow. And now they will have to just startle the Drake and force UndeRank to be in a really difficult spot.
On UndeRank, they can kind of push the tempo a bit. Shockwave is coming back out, so UndeRank needs to be very careful. Berjaya Dragons, they don't feel comfortable to go on the Drake just yet. They need a pick off Arashi. So luckily he checks the brush with the Void Spike. But Berjaya Dragons coming in for a collapse.
Shockwave landing onto 2, and the rest of Berjaya Dragons have found the opening that they needed. And with the exhaust dropping on for Coffee, his Firefly face with Shang has fallen already. Sagi's next one to go. Ignite drop towards the side of Chili.
Stasis!
And Arashi has been caught off of position as he leaped for it. And now with 3 members down, BJD will be able to secure the Elder Drake, although they don't find any opening in him. But this is good enough for them to turn Drake on their hands. The most important one as well. And Berjaya Dragons now might just found that perfect win condition to close off the game.
They can even just run to Baron. Arashi is not going to be alive for 20 more seconds. I don't think UndeRank can contest this at all. There's so many things going right for Berjaya Dragons. They took out Kagami. The one guy that can revive the team of UndeRank was this Arshan and Coffee. Wow. He's dead. Master Shot is going to save him. But Baron goes over to BJD, and now UndeRank will have to play against this Baron power play. 10k goal advantage. The one thing UndeRank can do to come back into the game is to counter-engage onto Berjaya Dragon. You need to rely on Shanks to get a good heroic entrance, or you need to get a good pick-off with the explosive cast and get that reset going. Berjaya Dragons have been preventing that reset by either killing off Kagami, sure that they have the stasis enchantment available during those fights. Both are pretty good answers to what UndeRank draft wants to achieve. So if there's any way for UndeRank to come back, they need to get a good engage.
Speaking of a good engage, just look at the damage being done. That's 2 tabs coming out, and it's ridiculous. Coffee really drops down to 35%, and now they're hitting hard on towards the mid lane, getting 2 members rooted up, and that should be able to pry open the hit over on mid side, while Asilla is working on the top lane inhibitor as well. Come up has been utilized. Sagi may not be the one with the best of KDA, but he's definitely supplementing all the rest of the members here in order to be getting this really solid front line moving up to speed. So the Berjaya Dragons, now they're already heading on towards the Nexus with the help of the minions, but they can't find that full commitment. And they just have to make sure all these ways crash perfectly in time, where Asila is slowly working down from the bomb side. And you know, this is one of the first few times that we see the Berjaya Dragons, they're not really playing around Sagi. It's really of how he enables the entirety of the team alongside with Winter here that now has become that late game monster. So it's hard for UndeRank to actually pay focus onto anything, and this might just be the final few blows from Berjaya Dragons to seal off game number 1, and UndeRank eventually has to respond.
Yeah, Berjaya Dragons, you gotta watch out for the shockwave. UndeRank needs to take the fight right now. I think Crown's looking for it.
So the cows dropping in on scores, members of the side of BJD. Here comes the ult, and they manage to take down the Dragons and eventually take out the entirety of UndeRank with the Nexus Crush as they secure the first game in the series here in the upper bracket finals.
Berjaya Dragons, to their name, still high and mighty. Unfortunately for UndeRank, just not able to withstand the little punishments that Berjaya Dragon, you know, dealt to them over time. It is less of Berjaya Dragon having that one good fight and more Berjaya Dragons having an accumulative gameplay that added up to UndeRank's defeat. All these small details that we witnessed where Berjaya Dragons got control of objectives, Berjaya Dragons able to set up, spend 2 minutes setting up their first blood gank, and just UndeRank not responding to it was the reason that gave them the victory. And I want to take a short while to touch on how Berjaya Dragons played against Akshan in probably the best way. They lure him away. They make sure that Akshan was never in the fight that they took, so that the resets, the revives will never connect. Secondly, they have the stasis to prevent a reset. And third, they make sure that every time they go on an engage, they will go onto the Galio. If this Galio dies, UndeRank will lose their entire front line and they won't be able to take the fight. These few factors comboed together gave Berjaya Dragons the perfect recipe to win game 1.
Yeah, and everything has to fall into place very nicely so for UndeRank to actually take advantage. We did see Arashi playing an efficient early game where he did manage to back 3 kills without really taking too much of a hit. But when Berjaya Dragons, they commit towards the 5 versus 5, we saw it was mostly about how Crown tries to negate the entries coming in from many of all these members of Berjaya Dragons, but it was really hard to stop Asila and Syndicate here, who has been able to not only secure many of all these objectives, he was going in with that perfect dive that really sets things up nicely for Sagi as well as Winter to slowly ramp up. And you saw the damage contribution coming in from Sagi is still pretty much on the high note, but Crown also has done the most damage in UndeRank side. So I was wondering, you know, the priorities for the side of UndeRank seem to be a little bit all over the place when they don't really get the catch onto Chili or Sagi neither. They were mainly focusing on Sagi most of the time, which is why we saw him drop in terms of some of all these team fights. And that is going to be really important because you want to take out the sustainability. And I want to see more firepower on the side of UndeRank and maybe something of a control jungle than what he has in comparison to Syndicate, because eventually into the late game, a Kha'Zix will eventually fall off and he can only try to go in for some of all these picks. So heading in towards game 2, is there anything that you are looking to see as changes for the side of UndeRank?
UndeRank perhaps might want to kind of alter the draft a bit more, because the theme of yesterday's match was constantly reset those fights and keep it going, right? But against Berjaya Dragons, that was obviously not the case. Berjaya Dragon played a really controlled game, so UndeRank might need to start thinking of having a more robust frontline to supplement their damage. They have a lot of raw damage, but it's all glass cannon, and once the frontline crumbles, they will not be able to, supplement that output. That is something that I want to see from UndeRank, perhaps just a more sturdy frontline.
I'm honestly happy to see that Akshan into the mid lane, and I was thinking that there are ways that they could actually utilize this into perfection. But we'll see in Game 2 whether if they'll bring that back up, as we will take a little bit of short break and we'll be right back for more here in the Malaysian Icon series. And we'll see by the end of the series who will be the first one to secure their slot to the C Championship.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Wow, bakar bro. Itu kotakan alamak. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Wow, bakar bro. Itu kotakan alamak. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome back, Summoners, to the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, presenting to you the Sea Icon Series Malaysia. My name is Contra, this is Husky, and we've just had a great game that has went by, and it was Berjaya Dragons that have been able to take 1 point off from the side of UndeRank, and it seems like they've been able to hold on from the mid-game onwards, but when it comes down to some of all these control of the map, UndeRank may have lost to the tempo of how quickly the Berjaya Dragon side has responded. And with that opening alongside with that Nasus over the bottom side, let's talk about this a little bit more because we've seen it from yesterday and that may not be the best of results for some of the teams that have to utilize it, but what has worked well for BJD here?
I think it's starting from the draft, it's just how they have answered every single question that UndeRank asked them. UndeRank posed the question, do you have enough mobility? Berjaya Dragon says, well, we have control for the mobility, we have control, so we don't want to run away, we want to fight you. Then UndeRank asks, now we can reset, we can revive our teammates, do you have a way to prevent that? Berjaya Dragon say, well, we will lure that guy who revives the entire team away from the fight. So instead of Berjaya Dragons, you know, answering the question directly, they come up with a solution instead. Instead of having outmaneuvering UndeRank, they took UndeRank head on and made sure that they never had to run away with their tails between their legs. So I think Berjaya Dragons really, you know, did their homework. They already knew how to deal with UndeRank's draft, and obviously, compared to UndeRank, Berjaya Dragons have multiple ways to win the game, whereas UndeRank really relied heavily on tempo, which they never really got throughout Game 1.
Now that we are already in the Champion Select brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup, we will have to see what will be the biggest change that UndeRank is going to be fielding here. We still see priorities on both the Twisted Fate as well as Ari being banned away. No Fiora playing coming from UndeRank. Meanwhile, Akali still remains to be quite a threat, whether if you give it to Chili or even Asilla. And finally, they locked out the Zig. So I think this is a really good way to start things off. Crown has definitely performed heavily well on that Gragas, on that top lane. So I think that this is still going to their hands instead. But that flex pick still remains to be something that they could utilize in this draft.
Yeah, UndeRank, again, focusing a lot on banning out Asilla's champion pool with the Fiora and Akali. But Berjaya Dragon stick to what they are good at, right? They gave Asilla the Bruiser, Renekton. They will pick up the Senna once more for Sagi, I believe. And I feel like when you are up against a team which is so diverse in terms of champion pick, you have to decide which lane you want to tackle the most. And obviously in Game 1, Asilla wasn't the big problem. It was actually Sagi on that Senna. But UndeRank, they're going to give it another go with the Riven Nami. And Berjaya Dragon, this time they get their hands on the Galio Olaf. This gives them so much team fight against UndeRank.
And I really love this Nami pickup coming in from UndeRank. It's currently being one of the highest pick rate coming in from majority of the pro players across regions. And it gives a lot of buffs to whichever ADC that you want to be fielding it over on towards the Dragon lane. And now that you pair it up with Varus, I think this is looking to be alright, as you can constantly give some poke damage to the likes of Sagi, who obviously will be going on that Senna role. Now, 2 times in a row, we are looking at Berjaya Dragons hovering on the Annie, but this time around, they will be locking it in. So, is this a mid lane Annie, a support Annie that we are seeing here? And it seems like support Annie is the way that Berjaya Dragons wants to play this one out. Talk us through to the draft once again. Berjaya Dragons coming up with something so creative over bot lane.
Well, Annie is one of the few supports that can solo kill a core. That's one thing that UndeRank has to constantly remember the entire game. She will build full AP, she will drop timbers, and you will suddenly get disintegrated if you get caught. Another thing is, again, a lot of poke coming out from Berjaya Dragon's Dragon lane. Whenever you have a Senna on your AD player, the support can get the farm because Senna once more scales infinitely with the mist. I think UndeRank, they are still, you know, sticking true to what they're good at. Fast tempo, you know, high aggression kind of lineup. When we look at what they have right now, it is just a lot of damage, but very little frontline. Last game they had the Galio, but this game they don't even have someone that can stay in a fight long enough like the Galio. The best one they had is probably the Gragas in the jungle. So they haven't answered what we posed them in terms of questions, but what they had added was more damage. So I think Berjaya Dragon, just want the draft aspect, looks way better. But I think Winter is actually the Galio support, so we get an Annie mid lane. I'm not complaining at all. it is fine, you know, and it functions the same either way.
Yeah, and I do think that it's going to be great. And over top side here, and right,
First blood.
light breaks through, and immediately you see Crown. He tries to flash forward to cut off the exit of Asilla, and this is going to cause this ribbon to eventually snowball out of control. And what a great fight it was from UndeRank to secure that first blood.
Definitely loving Crown on that ribbon. We haven't seen him play much of these you know, fighter kind of Baron laners. I mean, the most was Renekton. You know, we saw him on Gragas, but Riven is all about getting the pacing going. I think, you know, we will hear the word tempo a lot when it comes down to UndeRank. And Crown with that first blood and only using a flash and still having his barrier, that is perfect. Now you need Arashi to facilitate that. Can they get the ball rolling even more for Crown?
Now, the question is, was it more of a mistake on Asilla's end to challenge and the Riven so early on, where most of the Renekton, yeah, you want to wait for a little bit of that level 3, and now Gang coming in, flash, body slam, may not connect perfectly, but it's enough to stop Asilla for the second time coming. And this time round, it's Rashi here to pick that one up, and that's where it also gives him a head start when it comes down to what sort of build that this Gragas wants to go inside the jungle. And I just love it, because now when we saw that Gragas going in for that first pick, it was that flex pick being set up nicely so for Arashi to eventually get this in the hand, where Crown, as much as it was working perfectly on that past game, this is where a cat comes in, and that taunt lands on top of Coffee. He does not really have too much mana. This is a little bit of a trade-off coming from Shank, but they won't be able to find too much. But look at the visit coming from Syndicate. It might just be able to secure them one. Bubble does not hit. And I don't really think that Syndicate's going to get much out of it, because Arashi is ready to counter this.
Yep. Gang is going to come in, take Arashi to look for the... Oh, he gets it.
There comes the taunt onto two. Shang immediately has to flash away. Arashi still gets the kill though. 1 for 1 by the very end. Syndicate now. Oh, big dodge away from Shang as well, but Shang drops in with the timber. With the ignite, that should be able to finish off Coffee. And Berjaya Dragons, they may have been able to trade evenly so, while UndeRank is still shoving in towards the mid lane turret, so they won't be able to get the plating done just for now. 3 minutes in, he kills for 8, and I'm looking at UndeRank here, not being all too happy of how it all started in the first game, and they are looking for redemption.
Kagami should have rotated, but this is the Kagami we know. He is not the most active mid laner in the early stages of the game. Chile was obviously not on the map, and I think the communication was a bit off for UndeRank. Hence, Kagami decided to just stick instead of rotating. He could have contributed to the bot lane fight. I want to say it's worthy for UndeRank, but considering how they ended up losing more, I think Berjaya Dragons are definitely the winner. They had the last laugh. And I was wondering if UndeRank can go for Asilla for a third time. You want to push Crown as far as possible forward, but it seems like Asilla, because it's given that he is not going to be too worried about getting dominated beyond what he has suffered. In fact, I feel like Berjaya Dragons now they have more control, and it's UndeRank's turn to try and look for an engage.
Indeed they do, especially on that river right now, where UndeRank could easily just find a little bit more of a pickup, and Arashi really had that perfect mindset when it comes down to that counter, and they read Berjaya Dragons all too well on that bot lane fight, where we saw them blindly dropping in that explosive cast. Of course, that was before. Now, I want to see what the priority is, because UndeRank, they do have Crown here who has startled the Rip Herald, so they're not going to be securing the Drake as a start. But Berjaya Dragons, they're already hovering on top. This is where the tunnel wave drops right in, knocks this a little back. He gets caught up. Here comes Hero's entrance, dropping in hot on top of the ground. As he looks to
Crown gets out.
That's where here, this is much play knocked the neck, but the Rip Tower has already been secured, but the collapse comes in. Berjaya Dragons eventually looks to pick off Arashi, and that's also where Coffee has been able to punish Syndicate for overstepping his boundaries.
Not too bad for UndeRank. They lose a bit more, but they get the Rift Pharaoh, and that is exactly what they took that fight forward. But we are seeing the power of the Annie. Very simple, very straightforward champion. Press a button and 3 guys. Drops a 3-man Tibbers on UndeRank. But thankfully UndeRank only ended up losing 1 out of that whole punish. Berjaya Dragons will be looking to take that Ocean Drake. UndeRank just got their reset. They used the Rift Herald top. Trying to force out a reaction for BJD, that will open up the bottom side of the map for them. Now UndeRank has 2 choices. Shove out the mid lane or go straight for Dragon.
I love what they're doing here was they throw Harold immediately over on the top side and immediately opening a lot more room for the side of UndeRank. It definitely tells Berjaya Dragons that if you want to commit to this Drake, you only have to send 4 members than 5. So instead, Berjaya Dragon says, we're just gonna give this one up completely and play a little bit more attention back towards the top side of the map. So more objectives for the side of UndeRank, and they're also looking to focus down on mid.
What?
But that seems to be a empty shot on that case of corruption, which might just be a mispress of a button.
What?
And I felt that was a little bit of a waste from UndeRank.
Oh, Chili Flash! That's the catch! And she's got it!
Wow.
Berjaya Dragons, they're gonna take control of the map just because of these sequence of events. 2 missed ultimates and a flash Tibbers. There's 0 counter. You don't. It's not even a skill shot. You just press wherever you want your teddy bear to land and you get a stun. So, UndeRank, they might have certain ways to isolate Dragons, Chain of Corruption, Aqua Prison, they have Tidal Wave, Explosive Cast, all these lists of abilities, but nothing tops Tibbers. That is an instant stun, an instant burst that UndeRank will never be able to possess with their champions. So Berjaya Dragons, they have this threat. Annie, Chili going for the Proto Belt, and he has the Rod of Ages. She's just gonna get tankier and tankier. Proto Belt into a Flash Tibbers. That is one of the most secure ways to start a fight. And with Crown dead and Berjaya Dragons retaining control of the map, you're going to see them start to set up vision in the bottom quadrant of the jungle, making sure that UndeRank will back off and they can get the tier 1 bot lane.
Now, there is, of course, a few ways that UndeRank can still proceed to try to win some of all these trades, but they have to find that opening against Chili first. And landing that shutdown is going to be so vital, as you have definitely pointed out that it's an easy point-click stun that can come out of that Annie from any given point of time when she does have the passive up available. So they have to find perhaps a real big pick here, and this is looking a little bit tougher as Kagami tries to actually jump right back. With the Valkyrie drops in, he will be shoved by the hero's entrance, and yet again, killing the bot, pulling for a little longer. And that's a big shutdown as the Rock team has been able to pull through with a final cast. So I guess it's a 1-for-1 for both mid laners here. It's a good start at the very least. Twin Shadows being popped out, getting a little bit of vision. Crown gets a little bit of free pass, taking only 1 plating, respecting Asilla on his return. And if we really look at the side of Berjaya Dragons, they do have a little bit of a cap on how well they could actually play into the late game. But same could also be said about UndeRank to a certain extent of a point. But Kagami will just get stronger and stronger from here onwards.
I feel like Crown could have committed a bit more to that. He saw 4 members of Berjaya Dragons in the bottom lane, and since his top tier 1 is already down, might as well just try and trade 1 in return so that the minion wave is gonna, end up equalizing at where the tier 1 tower is right now for the side of Berjaya Dragon. But again, giving a lot of respect, playing it safe. UndeRank, that bottom fight was actually not too bad. The only problem was the team didn't arrive. They didn't arrive on time. They were a few seconds too late, and Kagami just overzealous. Just look at the instant replay by Maggie Hodgcomb. Now Chili forces to engage, and this really compelled Kagami to take the fight. This Valkyrie though was a bit unnecessary, as it really could have been his ticket out. Sure, UndeRank got a trade in return, but Kagami would have survived that if he just waited a bit longer.
Yeah, I gotta say that is a really fair point where he doesn't really have Timbers to burn. I think he just really wanted to secure it overall without even thinking twice about the rest of Berjaya Dragons that can eventually collapse. Now a little bit dance for that dragon here, as Berjaya Dragons have yet to find a single one for themselves. And this will definitely benefit them a whole lot more, especially when you have that Senna that can easily give them another ramp of speed to get into some of these fights as quickly as they want to. While UndeRanked, they're not even paying any focus to the break, so they're just letting it go, where they are hoping to secure a little bit more room for Crown to work his way up on that route.
Berjaya Dragons go for the push. UndeRank, they already used the explosive cast. So I was thinking maybe UndeRank could try and get the isolation, but they are buying time. And that is what Crown has been capitalizing on, the space given to him. He finally downs the top tier 1, he shoves the whole wave in, but Berjaya Dragons, they're setting up an ambush, and this pick up in the jungle would open up the middle lane if they get it up. Coffee has to be really careful.
Coffee slowly pulling a little bit of a focus here, but they may not be able to actually hold on towards the mid lane turret here, as Berjaya Dragons have just about enough shoving power here, enough attack speed, with all of them here getting into the position, and that seems to be a little bit of a miss here. Step flash, and it will be reclass 2 members immediately, with Winter dropping right in, Arashi just buying a few more seconds on the clock, and 3 members of UndeRank immediately banished, and this window of the opportunity has already been opened up for Berjaya Dragons right here to secure the Baron buff, and there's nothing that Crown could have done lost on Kagami to take this away from the hands of Berjaya Dragons, and admittedly, they even found the likes of Crown as well. Things have gone from bad to worse, and what's Kagami doing here so late to the scene?
Crown shouldn't even be there. There was 2 things Crown could have done. Shove up the top wave, or go or quickly head towards bottom and try to take the bottom tier 1. He has no business at the Baron pit. And look at that. That's the strength of Annie. We set up this since the drafting phase that all Chile has to do is to press 1 button and he got the perfect engage. Just very simple, very direct, straightforward, zero counterplay from UndeRank. And now Berjaya Dragons have finally taken control of the game. And Kagami, you know, he still needs a lot more time, and I don't know how much time UndeRank can buy for him.
Indeed, and UndeRank just having very little time here to even find their spacing here to get all the items that they need to challenge the likes of Berjaya Dragons. And Chile is just being all too much of a menace in many of these fights. So long as he has a flash up available, UndeRank will have to respect him. Then the current moment, he doesn't really have it, but in a few matter of seconds, he'll be able to pull off the exact same play that he has back in the mid lane. Crown though, for bot side, and the rest of the Berjaya Dragons giving it a little bit of chase here. They may not look for that pickup, but they will eventually secure that bottom turret. And this is where it gets a lot more tensed up for the likes of UndeRank. They don't want to give Berjaya Dragons that lead in order to secure that match point in this best of 5. And now already knocking down the doors. And the rest of UndeRank should be able to still hold on, but one plating is already off from the bomb side.
Arashi needs to find a pickoff. He is the only guy who can make something. And then Timbers!
What on earth is going on? Immediately Arashi as well as Coffee gets the lead, and that's where Berjaya Dragons, they manage to lock them all under control. And this is them already at the Nexus, finding that pick against Crown. Crown takes one more down. Winter might just be the next one to fall, but this is just enough. Berjaya Dragons with the back-to-back win, needing one more game to go to the C Championship.
Berjaya Dragons brings us down a trip, or brings us down the memory lane for sure. One of the most classic execution combo that you can ever see in a game of Wild Rift. They put it off And who says the oldest tricks in the books don't work? Chile definitely, showed us that it can still be effective. I mean, under rank, we focus a lot on how they need to get the engage off. But one thing that we kind of overlooked was that the Berjaya Dragons can counter engage with the Annie. Under rank, they will never have enough damage to 100 to 0 Chile without him getting his ult off. That was just not possible. And in fact, I think Chile engaged started more fights than under rank combined in the first game and this one. Sagi has the perfect stats 0, 0, and 14. That's an honorable support, but you have to give it to Chile. This Annie pick was genius, but the way Berjaya Dragons play around their strength and capitalize on the fact that underrank was just all brawn and no meat was just amazing. Berjaya Dragons exploited underrank's weakness and they cleaned them up.
This is that perfect set of composition that Berjaya Dragons is running, where you have that Senna here to really empower everybody yet again. And what better way to have it than having anybody from BJD who can start off a fight? It could be Syndicate, Asila, or better yet, you saw Chile, who was the one who has been able to find 2 to 3 successful initiatives to take down members of the side of underrank and deter them from going anywhere further forward. And Kagame, we saw a few opportunities for him to safely get a few picks and off with the Valkyrie. Instead, he goes stabbing right in. Where I felt that underrank, they really have to change the whole ideation of how they really want to take the next game, because this certainly has not been working out when it comes down to team fights. In terms of laning, yeah, Crown definitely played it to perfection in the early game, but mid-game onwards, they looked completely lost. They were relying on Shanks to save them majority of the time, and Coffee can only do so much with all these piercing arrows. So I think that they really have to see a point where either you have to ban the Senna away to stop Berjaya Dragons from going at them from time to time with the same sort of strat being utilized from 2 of the games that have been played out.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, underrank just have not, fixed the main problem, where if you want to run a draft like this, you need to be damn sure you can get those kills. But underrank, they were not able to accomplish much of it. Most of the kills they got were from Trace instead of them actively starting a fight. And most importantly, they cannot outlast Berjaya Dragon. There was just no way underrank's draft can stay in a fight longer than Berjaya Dragon's lineup. And Berjaya Dragons just had a better game 2 compared to game 1. I honestly felt like the game 1's draft for underrank was a bit more robust, albeit having a lot of loopholes. But if there's something they need to do, they need to fix it. Give us a tank, Alistar, Braum, Darius, someone that can stand in front. Give us a control mage like the Orianna. They need someone to be retroactive, but also have the capacity to start something against Berjaya Dragons, or Berjaya Dragons would just slowly wither them down and run them over.
Yep, and this is where we just look into the entirety of how underrank has played the past 2 games. I think they paid too much focus on that early game, but they don't really find any sort of opening by the late game phase, where it's all about the finesse when it comes down to how they play out some of all these team fights. And I wish that we could see more of that in the upcoming match, where we will take a little bit of a short break and we will come back for game 3. Can they come in with a reverse sweep? We'll find out.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Wow, my God, bro. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill. Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. Itu bertangkap alamat. Adakah dia Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are already at the match productions as they are currently leading 2-0 against UndeRank, and this is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific. I keep stumbling my words on Asia Pacific, but my oh my, you know, this is the C Icon Series Malaysia, and Berjaya Dragons may be able to secure their ticket to the C Championship, where only 2 teams from Malaysia will be able to take that slot back home. Now, Husky, we got a lot to talk about here because I didn't expect UndeRank to not be able to answer back for many of all these occasions, and it was within less than an hour that we see these 2 games goes in the hands of Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, UndeRank was able to show us that they might be the up-and-coming kings, but Berjaya Dragon, when it mattered the most in this rematch, they shut all of that narrative down. And just like you said, the stakes are very high. This is a ticket to directly to the regional stage, and I think Berjaya Dragons are well on their way to achieving that for sure. For UndeRank, once more, is they run a very one-dimensional draft that is not to say that it's not good. I don't disagree with it, but I do feel like when you face off against a team like Berjaya that is not afraid of you running at them, you kind of need to start making some adjustments. And I'm hoping that UndeRank will pick more of those juggernauts, right? Those tanky supports, the Alistar, the Braum that we've been wanting to look at. Even a Leona would feel pretty solid for them. Berjaya Dragons, they can just stick to what they have drafted so far. I don't see any problem with it. And on a macro level as well, Berjaya Dragons is just seemingly tugging and pulling UndeRank around the map. Something that UndeRank will need to be more proactive about and be more aware of what Berjaya Dragon wants to do.
And I think to start off on this game number 3, if they want to start gathering points here against Berjaya Dragons, they got to stop the sustainability that is coming in from Sagi, where we saw this time around, he's not really playing those playmaking carries on that Dragon Lane role, and he's willing to, you know, just keep his teammates alive in many of all these occasions and let everybody else do the job for him, right? Like, yeah. He's going to be always on the back line, and that draft with the Annie up front, with Renekton as well as Olaf, and not forgetting the Galio, everybody's just going to be in the front line of Sagi, so he has so much room to work around with. And I like the fact that Chile was bringing all the attention towards himself, so there was not that much pressure lying on the shoulders of Sagi. Now, as for the side of UndeRank, they really have to really look towards the center ban. You just invest in that one, and that will unlock a little bit of a difference when it comes down to what Berjaya Dragons will be going for from this third game onward. So this is what I do want to expect, and they won't have too much surprises thrown at them, at the very least from the Dragon Lane. Now, on the other sort of issues, I think that when it comes down to laning phase, they were looking pretty much fine. There was not much major mistakes that was happening from the side of UndeRank. It was more on some of all these initiatives heading in towards the late game, because on game number 2, we evidently saw UndeRank, they were taking all the great moves to secure not only the Rift Herald Steel, but also for the fact that they've been able to secure multiple dragon. Things were looking pretty great for them until they just kept getting picked off time and time again on very unlikely moments where they're not even going S5.
Yeah, UndeRank, so I think in game 2, they definitely did try to polish up on that early game where, like you rightfully pointed out, they were trying to secure objectives. But no, at the cost of those objectives, Berjaya Dragon forced them to trade. And early on, yeah, it seems okay, you know, you take the Rift Herald, you lose 2 at the cost of 1. It is still not too bad. They use that Rift Herald to subsequently get an Ocean Drake, I believe, for themselves. But from that point onwards, you are not looking to trade against Berjaya Dragon. You are looking to get ahead simply because of the draft difference. And UndeRank were not able to get a hit, and because of that, they've lost their only win condition. Berjaya Dragon identified that and was able to take over. But perhaps Game 3 will show us a different story, and I want to see if UndeRank will invest in that Senna ban. I agree with you, it's very pivotal. They get it out of Berjaya Dragon's hands, and I feel like the value of a Senna ban is just way more than them trying to shut down Asilla, because Asilla, he can't be shut down.
That's right, and if they're not going to ban it, just go ahead and go in for that first pick. It does not really harm them all too much, having it in the hands of Coffee or even Shanks to play it as a support. Now, as we look at the picks and bans, we have something of similar sorts coming in from Berjaya Dragons, where the same 3 bans have already been utilized, and that opens up room for UnRank to secure this Camille for themselves. Too hard not to pass, and that's where Berjaya Dragons, they definitely want to take what was given to them, and that's going to be Senna alongside with the Gragas. So this is a massive start for Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, Senna and Gragas solves a bit of the problem that Camille brings. You lock someone down with the Hextech Ultimatum, Explosive Cast, and Body Stand can delay your damage follow-up, and of course Senna has her own ways of sustaining. Again, Berjaya Dragons, they get their hands on the Senna. It's 3 in a row. It's kind of a godsend pick, but UndeRank, they have this Nami to respond, Tidal Wave, good disengage tool, and they kind of take their Akali away. Kind of a deny pick from Asilla, but also them wanting to once more amp up the tempo. Kind of a Assassin plus Camille draft that is very common. But you see Berjaya Dragons responding with Diana and Xin Zhao. They say, UndeRank, you want to fight? We'll fight you head on.
Yeah, I've been talking to some of these players out there, and they were saying that Xin Zhao is definitely on an A to S tier pick in the jungle. So I'm expecting this Gragas to hit over the top, most likely so, where he will be able to really negate a lot of all these damage output, especially when you have a Vayne on the opposing end. So it's time for Coffee to go in for his signature pick of the Vayne, or could it still be Crown over the top side, which I don't really favor. And I did see a hover onto Thresh, which I was hoping to see here in the playoffs, but they will switch it up for the Darius coming in from Asilla. So very solid laning phase for the Baron laners, but let's talk about the jungle, and instead it will be, well, the Camille in the jungle as compared to a Xin Zhao. So would this actually be advantages for the Xin Zhao if it's the case?
I definitely feel like Xin Zhao will have a slight advantage, right? Faster clear speed. Even if you just look at level 1, you compare what I believe you compare either Precision Protocol or Hook Shot to Audacious Charge. Audacious Charge just gives you way more value, right? You get instant damage and attack speed. Xin Zhao has better sustain compared to the Camille, and if Xin Zhao runs into Camille into the jungle, he just straight up wins the 1v1. So even though these two champions have similar level, similar magnitude when it comes to ganking potential, Xin Zhao just provides way more overall, whereas Camille, you'd rather have her win the lane and start being active instead of being in the jungle and having to facilitate all the lanes at once. Though I do feel that I expected this Vayne pick to come out, eventually. There's no way that UndeRank is gonna not pick Vayne when it comes out to the most important match. But the question is it enough for UndeRank? And truth to be told, I still think Berjaya Dragons have more boxes ticked. We just will see what Coffee can show us in this game.
That's right. Potentially the very final game of the series here. If Berjaya Dragons take this away, Kagame does get his Akali pick here. Malik goes in for the 3-point strike, managing to land it. 5 points, 3 points. Well, I hope that they can get themselves that 3 points to go in for the reverse sweep, if that's the case. Now, going into a little bit of a swap of scenarios here, where we have Crown over on the bottom lane, and I guess that this exchange here is not going to be all too bad if that's going to be the case for them to, of course, even the odds out when it comes down to the matchups.
Oh yeah, and I think when you look at Diana into Akali, Chili definitely, he's taking these trades with grace. In fact, he's kind of winning out on the trades. ever so slightly, which is something that you don't see too often. You kind of expect Kagame to have a slightly better lead, but what's most important for both mid laners is to go even with each other, and any kills would be good, but here's a gank.
Oh, not being able to save chat. It's going to disappear right in the face. And that's first blood for Syndicate. The transfer window of, I would say, the best transfer of the season. That has gone well for the side of Berjaya Dragons. And now Sagi is going to be able to actually put Crown off
he's dead.
of the lane. And with Syndicate coming with an armor gank. And that might just still be a trade-off here, 1-for-1. Or make it 1-for-2. Rough enough for Crown. And I don't know if that's going to be too much of a big mistake coming from Berjaya Dragons, or it was just pure sheer luck coming in for UndeRank with that dive coming in from Sagi.
You know, when Berjaya Dragons does something like this, they are in a very relaxed and very confident mode. But putting Coffee against a Scylla, that's going to benefit UndeRank a lot. Berjaya Dragons have that ward, so they know that Arashi wants to go for a gank, and Berjaya Dragons, they are ready in case Arashi goes for the hard commit. So unfortunately, the first rotation for this Camille didn't work out, and that is kind of the downside of a Camille. You are less, you feel less confident to kind of go for those engages compared to a Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao has the crescent sweep. It's just way more effective in certain situations because of the damage block. Arashi, sure, you can lock someone down, but you still need the burst damage, and no jungle Xin Zhao just gives you that damage early on.
Yeah, and you can definitely tell that not only has that sort of great opening when it comes down to so many of all these effective invades that he's been able to pull off. That's about, what, 2 kills that has gone over the side of Syndicate already. And back in the days when he was playing for Invade Esports, he's been able to, of course, get a huge lead for the team. And now, Golden Fleet has already taken over this spot alongside with Invade here, who recently has just secured a series win over the side of EBLZ Esports. That's on the different region of the Icon series. Now, Syndicate is also getting so many going on for the side of Berjaya Dragons. Something happening over the mid lane here, but we are focusing on Crown here. Full stacks of bleed on top of the Renekton's head, as we see objectives being spawned up. And Arashi still not letting go of this spot again. I'm looking for that moonfall, dropping red spot, and that's where it's spotted well from Arashi. He tries to hook that away, but he will not survive. Berjaya Dragons get another pick off and immediately goes in for the dragon.
And wow, I mean, Chilling gets a double kill as well. Kills off Kagame. Berjaya Dragons suddenly get a huge lead, but that's the problem with a jungle Camille. Your resources come through all those ganks, come through your jungle camp. But if you're in the Baron lane, you have the lane for yourself. You have constant income. And Arashi now, 2 times in a row, he has not been able to find much, and he even dies as a result. Means that this Camille will only become more and more ineffective as the game goes on. And the only way to bring him back online is for UndeRank to buy time. And to do that, you need the rest of the team to buy space. But if you look at their draft, the Akali and Renekton are not the best champions to do so, and Berjaya Dragons would go for a gank.
Flash coming out of Kagami, and that's going to hinder the likes of UndeRank for the moment. And it's interesting to also note that Arashi kind of let go of the Skull Crab, which eventually was secured by Syndicate all too easily. Now Syndicate's also looking for the Rift Herald. More bad news to come for the side of UndeRank, where they are looking to trade with a turret down for the bottom side. And maybe what they needed is just to find a little bit of an opening here to ramp up. The problem is, Crown is going to be paid a visit by this Xin Zhao for the top side here. With all these minions being closed out, that's where he gets a little bit of room. But here, over the bottom side instead, that's going to be a bubble missing out. Sagi now forces the flash, going towards the side of Coffee. And that's where the flank comes in. Chili dropping with the moonfall. Body slam through next. Double kill for Chili. While they look for another one over the top side here. And that's just about enough with the knock. Berjaya Dragons gets it all.
That's almost an ace. I mean, Berjaya Dragons, this is the definition of killing the whole map. But Berjaya Dragons, they get kills at the bottom, they get kills in the top lane. This is starting to get out of control for UndeRank. We talked about how they needed their champions to make space for the rest of the team to recover, but you won't have the space if all of your teammates needs the same amount of breathing room to kind of get back into the game, and they don't have the best champions to do so. Renekton, not the best champion. Kagami needs a lot of resources. Vayne, you will need to look at the late game, and Arashi would have known that on the Camille, the champion that has the most space making potential is play as a jungler. So UndeRank has completely forfeited whatever opportunities that they had to make a comeback, at least for the next few minutes. So now it's up to Berjaya Dragons to make a mistake for UndeRank to have a chance.
That's right, and Sagi feeling so confident with that Gragas over bomb side, and he hands over Winter on the role of playing that Senna, most likely on the supporting end. And that also gives so much more of versatility on the side of Berjaya Dragons. And I like the fact that you brought out that UndeRank was bagging too much on that late game, and we've seen multiple nerfs on the Akali. Now Twin Shadows will be able to spot them out. They have to run for it left, but how far can they run though? Chili in position, looking for that Moonfall, but will not be able to connect. Great Condemn to just navigate their way out of that danger zone, and that will be the turret that was given freely towards Berjaya Dragons. And Crown at least securing a little bit more room to try to secure themselves a little bit more gold by taking down that turret, but still taking a little bit more time than intended. Kagami though, he gets caught out, and this is where Syndicate is just going to be waiting for that perfect opportunity. One shot next, and that's where Arashi has already arrived to see. They won't be able to take down Kagami just about yet.
A good response from UndeRank. Now it's less of UndeRank needing to go for a kill and more of just trying to survive. But look at Coffee, he's so low.
Not worried, he does not have mana though, but Chili is coming in backwards.
He's dead.
And immediately hands that kill over onto Chili. And that's the reason why Sagi is saying, are you sure you want to contest me, you know? Because you're gonna fall eventually.
Sagi making a statement. Everyone has been hyping up the story where Coffee is here to take the best ADC goals. Sagi with a big fat no. Nasilla, oh, good dodge with the ultimatum.
Right now, Arashi almost getting caught out right there. Winter going for a little bit more of a pressure play. As Nasilla will be able to contaminate him. And that's Syndicate going for a solo pickup onto the Drake, and eventually Kagami has to move all the way backwards. Twin Shadow spots out Chili. Will be able to connect with an Aqua Prison as well. Coffee now cannot contest with Syndicate. He's gonna block every single auto attack, and then not even worried. Now more trouble lurks ahead. Here comes football onto two. What a beautiful opening. Chili will buy time as they look for a commit, and he will be able to walk a lot, and that's where UndeRank tries to go in for the punishment. Crown will not be able to move forward. Sagi tries to, of course, cover the rest of Berjaya Dragons. And just look at this for the moment. 7,000 gold lead for Berjaya Dragons.
Chance could have held the title with a bit longer. If he did, they would have also brought down Chili with them. Obviously, getting a Scylla and losing no one is great if you're in UndeRank's position, but that could have been slightly more for them if they just waited. Nonetheless, it's good for UndeRank though. They stave up Berjaya Dragon just for a while, but this reset for BJD will come very quickly as they seek to take control of that Baron area. And we saw the Twin Shadows right now, just now flying out, so they know where UndeRank is. So BJD would seek to push all the minion wave in. They try to set up vision, and if you can get a pick off, it'll be great.
And Pickup will start hero on top of Kagami, immediately getting shut down with the Noxian Guillotine. And that's just about enough. The rest of UndeRank, they are all over the map though. They tried to pick off Chili over down the bottom side of the map, but Chili, he manages to walk into two, and he gets both of them as well. He may have given up his life, but Berjaya Dragons, they're already on the inhibitor turret, and that's where Tidal Wave has already expanded, not to any effect at all. UndeRank, they're losing members, and that's where Berjaya Dragons, they can play this one slowly and also have so much room to still put UndeRank on that back foot.
Man, that was with the Dawning Shadows. from Winter, really giving Chili that extra layer of protection, and he did not have barrier online at that point of time, and still managed to go 1-for-1, which shouldn't have happened in any way. Again, if you're UndeRank, you would take that trade any day, but that was also at the cost of the top inhib turret. Now Berjaya Dragons have firm control of the map. If they get a Baron power play, they're gonna win this, but they're trying to collapse into Kagami.
Kagami though, and immediately he gets bought out by the Twin Shadows. He will be able to use the perfect execution just to get right by, but he will be shut down as well. And Arashi could not even respond just about in time. He does turn golden, and the magic cast indicate that will leave a little bit more room for Arashi to still keep breathing. Now, Crown gets sorted up. The cast and Millie goes in for it. That's mid-play. It got apprehended, and that's a double kill coming in for Winter. They will immediately crush the tier 2. Now looking to bring another inhibitor as well. Do they even need a Baron buff? This may just be that game-ending play. They're already hitting onto it, and now Moful on top of 2. Just slightly escaped with the Hex and ultimatum. They may not be able to end this just about yet without the minions being set into place.
Berjaya Dragons have completely dominated the series, and this game is just the icing on the cake. They know that they have this in the bag. One more push, Berjaya Dragons will secure the ticket to C Championships, and now they're just taking the time, savoring the moment. For UndeRank, we kind of have to look at how they need to come back. You look at the itemization. Coffee, he's very desperate. Plays the Rune King into Wit's End. He knows that he needs that magic resistance, but he will never be able to keep up with Berjaya Dragons in time because of how far they are. The Winter effectively just does more damage than Coffee at this point, with the Dust Blade and the Muramana. Also have the Executioner's Calling just to reduce the healing from Nami. UndeRank, they are getting countered by all these efficient items from Berjaya Dragons, and I have not seen a room of breeder, Berjaya Dragons. They can collapse.
Double Twin Shadows is the first time I'm looking at this, where Explosive Cap catches onto Shank, and that tidal wave only knocks onto 2. They're still buying a little bit more space for Kagami. Flash! Body slam! Kagami will not survive! That's the 16th kill that they've been looking for. And Berjaya Dragons, they're just flexing every single muscle that they have, and they're just winning as it goes. Berjaya Dragons now look to secure the Baron power play, where they will eventually bait the rest of UndeRank to commit. Now, let's see if UndeRank can respond to this.
They need to fight right now, but it's too late. Counter engage is here.
Ball dropping into 2. Now they're looking for Tank as well. This is where they will give chase. Tank will eventually give his life up for the likes of Berjaya Dragons to be split up. The rest of UndeRank still needing to actually run up. Copy! He gets caught up! And that's why coming in from the sit down will find him. Kong only has a little health left. He will hop the barrier. And this is the moment of truth and the moment of victory for Berjaya Dragons to get themselves locked in for the Southeast Asia Championship. Congratulations, Berjaya Dragons!
Update. The journey in fall season is not over yet, but they have finally punched the tickets to the regional stage. Watch out, Southeast Asia. The Dragons have woken up. They are coming straight for the throne. But at least they proved that locally, they are still the kings. And what a way to end the series. 3 dominant matches where UndeRank felt like they never even stood a chance. The group stage is definitely in the past right now. But Berjaya Dragon, they not only modified and polished their draft, they studied UndeRank. They figure out the best way to deal with UndeRank is to just take the fight head on. And I think the entire series is Berjaya Dragons having just a more solid draft compared to UndeRank. And not to take anything away, UndeRank played well, but in the grand scheme of things, Berjaya Dragons made it look easy.
Indeed, and I honestly never thought this would have gone 3-0 on either side, at least a 3-1 or the 3-2, where UndeRank honestly haven't been able to not only navigate their way across the picks and bans, they were just picking what's ideal, efficient for each respective laners on the comfort pick, but that is not going to be the way that you want to take games off the side of Berjaya Dragons, because they won't allow it. where they haven't really found a solution to the Senna, either on Sagi's hands or Winter's hands. You can see that it has been played efficiently well. 2 games in a row, Senna remains to be the MVP pick, either it's on Sagi or even Winter, and it's another perfect run. Just look at it, 3-0-12, and he's going on more of the offensive end, and Sagi just had so many of all these ways to actually start off a fight, and it was so ridiculous to the point that they actually went to pick a Vayne onto the Sindel, which honestly wasn't the most ideal pick against this sort of setup. So I felt that there's a lot more underlying issues for UndeRank, but the good news is that they will be on that lower bracket setup where they will need to eventually find that win back to gather that opportunity of a slot to get in towards the C Championship, and of course, once again, contest and prepare for the best or even the worst. That's going to be facing off against the likes of Berjaya Dragons, but that's all that we are getting in from the upper bracket finals. I'm pretty sure that all the Berjaya Dragons fans have rejoiced, as we have definitely been able to celebrate a big win for BJD. Just gotta flash that for a bit for Eduardo.
I mean, I supported Eduardo since last season. I haven't gotten a jersey, so I'm just putting it out there. But we are going to speak with someone who was actually on the field in the previous series. It's going to be Captain Chili from Berjaya Dragons. Let's see what he has to say. I mean, first of all, welcome, Chili. We meet again.
Hello.
And congratulations. How does it feel not to just beat UndeRank and get your revenge, but how does it feel to lock in that C Championship spot?
Of course it feels great lah, because like we played pretty well just now, and it's a 3-0 sweep, and like locking in the slot to the C Championship is definitely like I would say it's like we hit the minimum requirement that we have to achieve as a team. So that's great.
I was glad to hear that you guys were already having a couple of KPIs already being set up, and that's like the bare minimum that you guys are looking at. So let's also talk through the whole preparation for this upper bracket finals. Of course, it's going to be very important for you guys to, of course, secure the spot. But taking UndeRank in this perfect clean sweep, how much have you guys prepared to face them off? And were they pretty much like this open book that you guys have been able to read through, or it's more of your own preparation just to ensure that nobody catches up to Berjaya Dragons?
I feel like we were practicing a lot like these past few weeks, like of course to prepare for the playoffs, and like against like UndeRank, I would say that we are the most worried against them because we actually lost to them during the group stages. But yeah, I think it's kind of expected for them to fight us here in the upper bracket finals. And in terms of like preparation, I would say like we just look through like the past games that we lost against them, like what are the reasons, and also like we kind of identify like what are their win conditions lah, because they are very used to play like coffee on the hard carry sort of champions, and then like they like wrangle a lot. So we focus a lot on the picks and ban in terms of that, and like we want to make sure that we are able to punish their dragon laner as well. So everything goes according to plan, I would say.
That's
Yeah,
great to
and
hear.
certainly it did. And with that being said, I know we went through this a bit previously, where I asked you about the journey as someone who came, who played so many roles, and as a captain, right? But give us an update of how that has been up to this point.
Sorry, what's the question? I didn't really get it.
Yeah, so we did went through, previously, where we talked about how you play a lot of roles and how you kind of are the leader of the team. But now I want you to give everyone an update of how that journey has been for you so far from the last time we spoke. How is it right now?
It's going pretty. I would say it's okay lah. Like because I'm like such an veteran and such an old player lah. So I feel like the adjustment, like changing roles, is pretty okay. Like I would say like in the initial state when I just switch to jungle, or like when I just switch to mid, there's also like times that I feel like I need to learn more about the role. But I guess at this point it's pretty okay lah.
Yeah, and I really do love the creativity that Berjaya Dragons offered in this upper bracket finals. Not only did you show us how to efficiently play Annie to really catch everybody off, there was also a lot of all these creative plays over down on the bottom side where you guys have what the Nasus on I believe it might just be Sagi or even Winter. Then it's a lot focusing on this center role. So any was it your call, or it was more of that this trust that you guys established back in the streams that you guys want to experiment with this and it has worked well?
Yep, it's definitely something that we experiment a lot, like in scrims. Like, of course, we first got like we first watched how people play like Nasus Senna bot lane through like the LPL gameplay. So that's where we get it from, and it's like pretty meta. So I would say in Wild Rift. So it's not something extremely new. So it's just something that we practice and that we do have a good result on that. So we bring it out today.
And I'm really glad that you guys not only been able to beat UndeRank to this, and probably you guys are looking forward to the grand finals. And since you say that this is the minimum KPI, what's the biggest takeoff if you guys can achieve on that KPI list set by Eduardo?
There's actually no really KPI list that is set by Eduardo lah. It's just like player own. I guess it's my own like expectations. But yeah, I would say that like winning. I mean, first thing first is of course to win Malaysia again. So like, we would definitely want to have a win in the grand finals and like hopefully just do well in international tournaments.
All right.
Like get out of group stage is a good start, I guess.
All right, we'll definitely hope to see Berjaya Dragons going forward to the C Championship, and all the best to you guys on your journey. You guys still have the grand finals. We won't hold you too long for you guys to prepare for that for tomorrow. So of course, we hope to see you guys on the next one. All right, thank you so much, Chili, for joining us on this interview.
Goodbye.
There it is, you know, the captain, the mind, the brains of Berjaya Dragon, and a man on a mission, for sure. C Championship is the bare minimum, getting out of group stage is the next, so we'll make sure to put that on the objective list. It's more like an RPG mission right now for Berjaya Dragon. And UndeRank, they still have a lifeline in the lower bracket final. They can take the rest of the day off just to recuperate and see what they can do. Berjaya Dragons will celebrate their success for now. Seeing UndeRank being able to gatekeep, I think there's still a lot for UndeRank to learn. Evidently, Berjaya Dragons just show a lot more preparation and a lot more adjustments in order to get a clean sweep over UndeRank. They saw this coming from a mile away, and they were able to prepare adequately against UndeRank. So the question of whether UndeRank can get to the bottleneck has been answered. So far, not yet, but there's still one more chance. I think overall, Berjaya Dragons, they proved why they are the most effective team, and they proved why that roster change of bringing in Syndicate and Asilla and putting Chili back into the middle lane was the best decision they've ever made.
Yeah, and I believe that there's still more of all these strats that they did have that they have yet to show us just about yet. So do look forward to what's about to come for tomorrow, because that is not the last that we're seeing them here in the C Icon Series Malaysia. So Berjaya Dragons, tomorrow they'll be playing in the grand finals. I am excited to see who will be joining them though, because later on we'll be looking at the lower bracket matches, and we just spoke to the player of the match, Chili, as he has secured one of the highest stats that we've seen from any players out there with a KDO of 8.0 and some damage off the charts with 15.700 that has been achieved by some of his spectacular showing when he drops in that Tibbers.
Yep, and we did manage to catch a glimpse of his head-to-head compared to Kagame before the series, and of course his numbers, they checked out at the end of it with probably the most amazing, most clean play that we've seen as a mid laner. And we saw the distinction, right, perfectly displayed during the entire series, where Chili, very active player, very controlled player as well. Compared to what Kagame has to offer for his team, you would pick Chili over him in a lot of situations, and the rest of Berjaya Dragons, with their drafting, was able to facilitate that and just make up for what they already have in mind. And that's what makes Berjaya Dragons such a formidable team. With that being said, UndeRank fans, they might have suffered a defeat, But I still think that if you look at the power ranking, UndeRank has a pretty good chance to get that rematch, right? That was just a best of 5, but when it comes to the grand finals, it's a best of 7, and UndeRank will gatekeep the lower bracket finals. But coming up, it's going to be interesting. We will see which team will have to face off against UndeRank. It's going to be between Saudaga, EBLZ, and Geek Fam duking it out in a best of 5, where Geek Fam came in with the biggest upset of the tournament, knocking out 793-1. So this is going to be an interesting one, but something else that can be entertaining is our showdown paling hanga, the hottest showdown between Team Fate and Team Eliminate. It will kick off tomorrow and right before the grand final. So come in and support your favorite influencers and see them go head to head.
You know what I really miss? Not only the showdown that we have, I kind of wish that we have our Howling Abyss matchups once again between the casters. I'm just saying, but you know, this is definitely the huge focus out there. Tomorrow we'll be having a whole lot of fun with those of you guys here that are tuning right in to the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, presenting to you the CICON Series Malaysia. So, Team Fapra, Team Eliminate, you guys choose. And of course, vote for your favorite stars out there. Now, back towards the conversation that you previously just spoke about, Saudaga, EBLZ versus Geek Fam. I think that Geek Fam has this massive revival of their spirit, and now they are definitely poised to reclaim what was theirs in the past season, where they've been able to make it all the way as the second seed of Malaysia. Now, can they do it again, especially towards a very formidable side of SDGR EA? So, I guess in moments' time, we will have to find out, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I cannot believe that the team that is holding the torch, the key to the Cinderella story, will be Geek Fam. But this is also the best indication, right? We had this whole meme about fall season being the teams at the top falling down. Geek Fam fell down, now they're climbing back up. We'll see how far this journey takes them. We'll go on a short break, and we'll be back for the lower bracket semi-finals between Geek Fam and Saudaga EBLZ.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Wow, my God, bro. Itu kotak alamak. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring It's been a road less traveled. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's last in my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So much passion, baby, I can never get.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
It's elimination series time. A best of 5 between Geek Fam and Saudara EBLZ will be kicking off in the ESL Mobile Open League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia fall season. Of course, brought to you by ESL alongside Riot Games and with our official tournament partners Maggie Hot Cup. My name is Husky and joined by Contra to bring you guys the rest of the series.
That's right. And this is where it is going to be a closer call on who's going to be able to make the cut to the lower bracket finals, where there will be UndeRank that will be waiting for either side of these challengers to eventually rise up. Now, the interesting plot here is this, where Geek Fam definitely has fallen out of grace ever since the departure of Ozorveki, and we've got the new kids on the block, Soldarga A that has been able to eventually not only go up into the playoff, they have been able to really be superstars on their rightful place own. But you know, I get a little bit distracted because I really want to read what's on the chat here. So Shukr Nasrullah is saying that Edo, please cosplay as Gragas if BJ becomes the champion again. Can we make that happen? Well,
yes.
You know, past season he shaved his hair off on stream. So he just have to look the part. Maybe he just got to grow a little bit of a stubble to just fit the role.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Shukr. And with that being said, do remember to keep your comments going in down in the chat below, because if you get selected, you won't just be featured on our official broadcast, you will also get an exclusive badge from us as well, just exclusive of Wild Rift and our official tournament partner Maggie, which will contact you after it. So if you want to meme, if you want to make jokes, if you want to make quirky phrases, this is your chance. Other than Edo becoming Gragas if Berjaya Dragons win, where Bibe Sarocha saying, I told y'all to ban Chile, not ban champions. I completely second that. You know, UndeRank should have banned Chile instead.
I don't know how you want to do that. Maybe Chile has received a Maggie Hot Cup buff, you know, like he, you know, just chucks down on a Maggie Curry Hot Cup, or maybe the Chili Pedas or so. I don't know. There's so many picks out there. So I was wondering, how would they need to find ways to even take on Berjaya Dragons? Like, even one game off of BJD looks to be pretty difficult for now. But enough about BJD, you know, like, we have to look into this series. We were just touching on Saudara EBLZ that has been able to really win a lot of hearts during the regular season. Now they're back here and they are looking to take down Geek Fam and tell them that their glory days is pretty much over. But Geek Fam, they're not looking to bow down anytime as of yet. We saw what happened to fan favorite Sem9, and it's definitely heartbreaking for Sem9 because they have to play through the qualifiers all over again. And this is SDGR EA here, fielding Emotionless, definitely one of the best Baron laners that we've seen so far, alongside with Fallen in the jungle, Williams over mid lane, got Gatsby and Zapharov on that dragon lane.
Yeah, and yesterday, UndeRank exposed Saudara EBLZ with the bans. Take out the Twisted Fate. Don't let William run around the map and just focus your attention on keeping the top lane even and keeping their bot lane down. So maybe Geek Fam learn a trick or two, but you still cannot underestimate SDGR EA because they are an aggressive and they're a precise team. This is their opponents, the underdogs Geek Fam with the Shang in the Baron lane, 69 as the jungler, Haki in the mid lane, and Momo plus Nyx in the Dragon lane.
Yeah, and I definitely think that 69, ever since he has came in to replace Nyx inside the jungle, I think this has looked a lot better, especially Nyx feeling a lot more comfortable going back into the support role. So Momo will always be pretty much safeguarded in many of these situations. Haki has also got some wide champion pool on that mid lane here, which if you want him to play the Twisted Fate, he could also snatch it away from the likes of Williams. Now, we're going to be looking at the head-to-head bracket where we are seeing pretty much even scores from both Fallen as well as 69 in the jungle.
Yeah, and I think Fallen definitely has a bit more of an advantage in the kill participation because he is slightly more aggressive than 69, also slightly more proactive. But I think we've seen how Geek Fam navigates around that. They, when Geek Fam back in Summer Icon, they're a very controlled team. They're a team that is all about textbook plays, all about hitting those timings and being consistent with it. They have regained that momentum yesterday, and if they show it, I think Saudaga EBLZ will be in for a ride.
I love that both of them are actually glowing in their respective pictures out there. Now, I definitely like the fact that you pointed out that, Geek Fam, they're also very much in this phase where they are experimenting with so many picks inside the jungle, which they can go either hyper offensive with the picks like the Rengar or the Kha'Zix that we have seen from time to time, as compared to, back in a couple of seasons where they are going in for more of the utility ways of making sure that they go for disengages or so with the Gragas in the jungle. So the times are a little bit different where Geek Fam, now that they have that renewed confidence, especially with Haki coming in the mid lane, I think they do have a lot of things to offer now. That my vote this time, as much as I love SDGR EA, I've been supporting him all throughout the group stages. I think this might just be pretty tough for them. I'm thinking Geek Fam still has it in the bag, and I just want to see this going to be a close game of 3-2 match.
Yeah, we're definitely one of us will be ready, is ready to be proven wrong. I think Saudaga EBLZ still has what it takes. They did take down Geek Fam in the group stage. Obviously now it's it's not as good as a comparison judging by how Geek Fam has improved over the past month. But I still feel like at the greater scheme of things, Saudaga EBLZ might have found the perfect way to take out Geek Fam. Geek Fam won yesterday because Sum9 was very reactive, but Saudaga EBLZ, they are a proactive team and could be their advantage. This is the draft for the first game, and Galio will be right out the window for the side of Saudaga EBLZ.
I think that they're spot on with these couple of bans, especially with the Galio here, which we've seen this flex pick coming out of Haki as well as Nyx. So the next one that was being removed is going to be the Diana, where Haki has been able to pull some pretty sick Moonfall as well. Twisted Fate is a no-brainer. It's targeted towards William, so no heavy lockdown coming in with both the Galio as well. Both the Gragas as well as the Camille being shut off from this bans. And to really take things off, there's not going to be any Senna, so I guess we'll stick to something more traditional over on the Dragon lane. Now, going in with the picks already, we are seeing both Ziggs as well as Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I do love it. Whenever Twisted Fate gets bans out, that Saudaga EBLZ will have Williams on something like a Ziggs, one of his most picked champions other than the Twisted Fate. Geek Fam gets their hands on Kai'Sa, Momo's favorite champion, with 69 with his best jungler in Lee Sin. But I'm liking this. Fallen finally brings out the Vi, someone that I've been wanting to see yesterday, but he didn't show. So I'm glad that Saudaga EBLZ finally puts him on this officer.
That's right, and there's a lot of all these very high priority on sieging as well as pickoffs from the side of SDGR. So I want to see if they can actually find some really good fights against this Riven, where the Shang is one of the most stable Baron laners out there. So I don't think that they were just going to give way. But there's so much flexibility going on for the side of Geek Fam, but there is a little bit of a cap on that early game, especially with the Lee Sin and Riven pickup. And that's where you just need Hockey here to try to go for some really great dives to find one of all these members of SDGR. But SDGR, I think that they do have really solid bottom lane. They're not going to be bullied overall by this Kaisa and Nami pickup.
Yeah, I definitely think that, looking at Saudaga E-Blaze, like you mentioned, very high tempo, a lot of single target. And that is what Saudaga E-Blaze is good at, right? Being proactive and being very aggressive. I think they're one of the few teams that is aggressive, but at the same time, their aggression always pays off. So we're looking at two very polarizing characteristics from these two teams. Geek Fam is all about control, it's all about consistency, where Saudaga E-Blaze is all about chaos and mayhem. I cannot wait to get this first game started. Saudaga E-Blaze against Geek Fam in the best of 5. One team is going home after today, and we're about to find out which team will that be.
As we head to the Wild Rift, this is where it's a no-holds-barred matchup between SDGR, E-Blaze, as well as Geek Fam. Going on a hot streak, it has been Geek Fam here that's been able to take out Sem9, which many of the fans of Sem9 have got their hearts broken, and SDGR immediately starts off with this red buff invade, and there was not too much clues coming in for the side of Geek Fam. But they've already had that Scar's Bloom being popped up, and they see that red buff sitting still, so they know that this has been stolen away versus Geek Fam to eventually pay a visit. Now, William's holding on the bomb side all alone, so they know that they're up to something. So 69 immediately just hops over the wall, just hits that Sonic Wave, and they should be able to just get this one back. So it's just going to be pretty much a vertical jungle, if that's the case.
Do like what both teams are doing. Geek Fam responding to what the E-Base wants to do, but here comes 4-man dive, flash, Winter's Bite, gets a good stun with the passive. Flash comes in for Shang, but he's running low on health, tries to go for the return, but he still goes down. First blood for Saudaga E-Blaze. Sephiroth dies, but it's an execution, so Saudaga E-Blaze will take that any time.
What a great rotation coming in from SDGR, and there's no way to get about it. The Shang though, if that's going to be the case, he may not have needed to burn either side of the summoners, because he's going to go down either ways. And I don't know, maybe the best case scenario is to go for a 1-for-1 trade-off mid lane, but that's not going to be happening. Mid lane, we see a little bit of movement going in. Charm landing.
Zero should be able to stay alive, at least for now. They have to ignite Safeguard from 69 to secure the kill, but he gets hit by the Volt Breaker, and the damage is overwhelming. Flash forward from Fallen from God Gatsby, and they both will work together to take down 69. Not exactly the best trade. God Gatsby now gets a double buff.
Okay, and at least Geek Fam gets a little bit of a trading done, but it's still a lot more work to be done right here for the likes of Geek Fam. As you can see that emotionless, he's just feeling extremely confident, as he always does on any sort of picks, and 69 is looking to stop them on the street. Here comes Sephiroth though.
Yeah, Emotionless knows that he has the help of the Braum, so that is going to deter 69 from going in as well. But Fallen, oh boy, he has this Vault Breaker charged up. They can follow up with a couple of taps. Winter Spice connect, but Safeguard will keep 69 away from danger, as the Shang will take that opportunity to go for the reset. Geek Fam getting a taste of what Saudaga E-Blaze is best at. This is not the Sem9 that's slow, that plays a slow game. This is Saudaga E-Blaze, a team that thrives in pandemonium, and they are delivering that performance so far.
And that's SDGR E-Blaze that everybody always going in for something that's a little bit out of the box, and you can sometimes say that they're borderline crazy in some of these executions, where even if they're on the losing end, they like to throw their bodies at enemies, and currently with the lead, they just need to find a way to propel them forward. Now that within less than half a minute, we're going to be seeing both of all these objectives coming up. Now, let's look at the game plan here. Geek Fam ideally wants to go in for some really good pickoffs when it comes down to some of all these team fights. They have a few members that can come in to dive right in, and we're looking at 69 as well as Hockey with those picks. So if they can single out targets like Williams or even God Gatsby, you'll see that majority of the damage output will be negated. But SDGR usually banks in having Emotionless coming up ahead, and that one kill was given towards the side of Fallen. As much as you give a Vi high amount volume of a kill, late game, he's not going to have too much of a high tempo. Now they're already on their ramp barrel, and this is where they start.
Yep, Tidal Wave, Jusa, immediately Emotionless is going to go down, but they get a counter engage. God Gatsby doing so much damage, and Fallen with excessive force. This destroys Ninja 69. The Dragon goes over to the side of Geek Fam, but the counter engage from the Shag is insufficient, as a triple kill will be taken by Fallen. He's not able to look for more, but Geek Fam, do they want to counter engage? Fallen is thinking about it. He decides otherwise. Haki also won't be able to find a pickoff. Saudaga Eva is getting the kills that they want, but at least Geek Fam walks away with the objective.
Now they're...
Oh no, Haki is gone on. They flash forward. Haki might be dead. The recall completes just in time. Piercing light and one last solo attack is enough. Haki does get God Gatsby in return, but this might not be the end as the Shang will flash forward with broken wings. Emotionless gets away with slice and dice, but you had the resonating strike from 69 as he will not let Emotionless go. Geek Fam strikes back with 2, and this should be the mid-tier 1 as he gets the Peril, but Saudaga Eva is not done yet. Goes in for kind of an engage. They want to clear the wave, but there is a cannon minion that Fallen has to take care of. He should be able to take it out, but then mid-turret is almost gonna go down. They protect it. 35 HP is the value for Saudaga Eva's structure. Geek Fam though, they will go onto this mountain Drake. And it seems like they might not be done yet. Saudaga Eva with the culling onto Momo, slowing him down. At least they steal this dragon away.
Well, I guess it's a 1-for-1 after all. After all, that SDGR unfortunately had to give way to the rest of Geek Fam. It started from here where we saw that overall dive coming from Hockey that has been able to pick off Emotionless, but they were all fully focused onto many of all these targets that were laid under Zapdorov's Glacial Fissure. So that was some really great way for them to initiate and pick off all the other rest of Geek Fam. But you saw how much damage that Hockey was able to offer, and SDGR was paying a lot of heavy respect. Geek Fam, as much as they were the ones that kind of tried to startle the Drake, they have to give way because they don't really have too much of all these members in the right position to eventually contest the likes of Saudaga EBLZ, especially without the elements. Up, here comes
Assault and Battery straight onto Nyx. He flashes to safety. Still has a Tidal Wave available as the rest of Geek Fam comes in to back him up. Saudaga EBLZ will secure the Scuttle Crab, and I think they did spot out that ward with the sweeper, so Saudaga EBLZ should be able to navigate that properly. This gives William some space to shove out the mid wave as Fallen. He is 4-0 on this bye. Such an amazing performance, but 69 might be looking for a potential gank to see how this works out. Ebb and Flow offers a bit of poke, but Saudaga EBLZ are in a very safe position, so Geek Fam, they just want this turret.
They can try to actually clear off the Captain Minion right across. Here comes the culling as well. That's just going to be able to shove them aside. Now, to play for mid-game here, the rest of SDGR EBLZ need to focus down turrets, especially when you do have the Ziggs that can easily use the Satchel Charge to actually break it up open very much quickly. So, Fallen though, he might be onto something here.
Oh, flash, Vault Breaker, Mega Infernal Bomb, and it's Nyx out of the picture. And without this Mermaid and her Tidal Wave, Geek Fam will find it harder to take on these fights. And while all of that was happening, Emotionless casually shoving in the bottom lane, doing what he does best as the Baron laner of Saudaga EBLZ. Geek Fam still has the intention to want to make something happen, but God Gatsby is going to go on the chase. Haki being really patient, and here comes Fallen. God Gatsby is going to go down to the Ignite, but Fallen is going to get a trade back. It would be worth it. Momo with the killer instinct gets the shield alongside the barrier. He survived, but Fallen continues fighting. The Vault Breaker is too strong, and Haki has to be careful. Easter Winter Spike. Geek Fam gets away, but God Gatsby, he will go down.
Quoting my dear friend TJ, they do have a little bit of scrappy energy in them to fight, and here comes the tidal wave just to draw a little bit more room. As they could have possibly catch Fallen. That Mega Infernal Bomb almost connected towards Nyx as well as Hockey, as they are trying their way to shove all these minions back into the turret. And this is where the Shang somehow takes off the mid lane turret.
Only 35 HP, so Saudaga EBLZ, it's only a matter of time until they lose that structure. Will be the next objective. Still pretty far away from spawning. So I think Saudaga EBLZ, they're gonna look to stabilize the lane, at least for now. Gonna get God Gatsby online. Now Fallen, he has been super active and of course has a pretty, probably the strongest member on his team right now, forcing all of these engagement. But feels like Geek fam are starting to catch up to what Saudaga EBLZ wants to do.
That's right, and Saudaga EBLZ, they may have actually lost a little bit more of that control up mid, but they can actually set things up nicely for this upcoming Cloud Crave. Now, as it currently stands, we can already see that Emotionless is already going back, as that will be held by the side of the tank. Now, I'm just looking at ways that Geek fam could still actually come back up here online, is to find ways to actually take off Emotionless, and now they're trying to 1v1.
Emotionless has his ultimate, the Dominus online. Looking at prodding at each other in the top lane, but while that is going on, Geek fam starts the Cloud Drake. Zero puts the shield out with the Blade of Vision, connecting with the Mega Infernal Bomb. That's the culling as well. Fallen steals the Cloud Drake away. As Geek fam now wants some payback. Sephiroth with the stand behind me, trying to get away, but the damage coming out. Too much from God Gatsby. They obliterate the Dragon Lane of Geek fam. Flash forward from Sephiroth, but providing protection. Starting with connect only onto the shield, and that is where Emotionless comes in. Geek fam lose 3, and the Shang will have to run away as he might be the 4th. No way to follow up from Saudaga EBLZ, but they're not gonna let this go. The Shang's gonna get hit with the Winter's Bite, uses the blast gun to get to safety, and Saudaga EBLZ immediately converts that onto a Baron. Just a smooth transition from Dragon to 3 kills to Baron Nashor. Geek fam will have no choice but to give this away.
Oh, Sephiroth playing with fire right there, but SDGR, they're playing at the rapid pace, and they're not even allowing Geek fam any room to contest, even though 69 is live. They make the swiftest of calls and the right moves to do so. Fallen now playing a perfect game as a buy, and he's at the right place at the right time, engaging with the Assault and Battery, and many of times being followed up by God Gatsby as well as Williams. The chain reaction is just absolutely beautiful, where you can't escape the Assault and Battery. That's where it sets up nicely for that Mega Infernal Bomb. And if you really want to look at the likes of Geek fam, they're still trying to find ways to scale up. Oh boy, fight happening top.
69, he's gonna die. Here comes the Blade of Vision connecting onto Momo perfectly. Has the concussive plus onto it. God Gatsby just slashes forward. The culling goes wide a bit, but he's gonna cancel that and reset the trajectory. Momo blows everything, but still goes down. As Geek fam now succumbing to the Baron power play of Saudaga EBLZ. While all of that was happening, Emotionless once more keeping the Shang at bay as SDGR claims the map for themselves.
Now they're pushing from all fronts, and that's where Emotionless, he doesn't even mind trading under that turret, as he still has the Baron up available. So Geek fam, they need to wait for this Baron power play to wear off, and then they need to find ways to pick off either side. Having that connected up in your face is definitely a no-go. So they start by finding Williams or even God Gatsby first, but there's always gonna be Fallen here to always spoil the party, and Sephiroth that can easily drop the Glacial Fissure. So it's not all too straightforward for the likes of Geek fam, and they need to play a little bit more proactively. So to contest for many of these objectives that was given sometimes a little bit too freely to the side of Saudaga EA.
Saudaga EBLZ with a 10k goal advantage at this point of time. You know, you pointed out they are very aggressive. Sometimes they play like madman, but these are the calculated, you know, psychopaths. They make it work. Emotionless 469 away from that Baron lane, making sure that this Blind Monk has no business there, as Emotionless continues to dominate in his respective role. Now with no objectives on the map, Saudaga EBLZ will slow down a bit. It's a bit of breathing space for Geek Fam as well. But what's the next course of action for Geek Fam?
Next course of action for Geek Fam is to really look towards this upcoming break here. It's going to be pretty vital for them to at least get a little bit more sustainability going on, where of course it does help with next year. I can give them a little bit more of those Omni-Vam. A little bit of a Sonic Wave lands onto Williams, but wise enough not to connect with the Resonating Strike. As we currently look into the build, we have already the Solari as well as Cyril the Grudge up on God Gatsby, so he's gonna be able to hit like a truck from here. So don't even think about on the other members, where it's so hard to even catch him, especially when God Gatsby is running Protobell, easily repositions. And I just love the fact that they're so confident on every single move that they're playing out. They're already 10k goal ahead of Geek Fam, where Geek Fam was just hoping to wait for mistakes to happen on this upcoming Baron.
And we saw just now the Shang using Blade of the Exile. And that's an ultimate from this Riven, whereas Emotionless stood there and took it like a man. Sephiroth is standing under that vision ward, same as Fallen. Geek Fam will make it clear that they have the all-seeing eye, at least for now. So once more, Geek Fam gathering up with 4 members. We see God Gatsby alone in that middle lane, shoving the wave out. It's a very juicy prey, but they won't be able to gain access to this Lucian. And in fact, Motion is going on to 1v1 against the Shang. The Shang does not have his ultimate just yet, but he does have the mobility to get out of trouble. And with this going on, Saudaga EBLZ, they want to take control of Baron.
Yeah, and already setting their sights upon Baron already. This is where they are just clearing a couple of these vision wards that wasn't being presetted by the likes of SDGR for the moment. So Fallen reveals himself for only the slightest bit. This is where we want to see whether the Shang can be involved in this take on Baron if they were to commit, and now it's going to be caught out by Emotionless.
The Shang has to use the Baron, the barrier. Flashes to safety as well. Even it pulls out the big blade of the Exile, his ultimate, just so he can force Emotionless away. And that's everything from this Riven. He will not have much to work with for the next 45 seconds. So Saudaga EBLZ have plenty of time. In fact, this time, because they know that the Shang doesn't have the flash and the barrier, they will have Fallen hovering around that bottom side. And Fallen might be able to make something happen. And I think, yeah, they're going on to the Shang. They take down the turret. The Shang also goes down with it. 50 seconds without the Riven. Saudaga EBLZ, they have successfully cracked open Geek Fam's defenses, and now it is about splitting the wave apart. There is still the tidal wave available. Aqua Prison left of the Zephyro, but look at the back of Inferno Bomb taking up 50% health. Momo gets hit. He's gonna use the stasis, but that's a juicy golden trophy for Saudaga EBLZ. They eliminate the ADC of Geek Fam. They take down the bot inhibitor turret. Now they turn their attention to the mid one. There's still a lot of tools for Saudaga EBLZ to work with, but they will settle for their two structures. And now it is Baron Nashor time for Saudaga EBLZ.
As well, like you saw that he doesn't have flash available and no barrier as well. There was no point of trying to contest with Emotionless. He gets picked up, and the worst news was Momo getting caught out as well. Now that's going to be GA pop.
And 69, he revives Haki to use his body to block the calling. Saudaga EBLZ is gonna take the Baron Nashor, but here comes the potential counter engage from the Shang. He swings his blade, but he goes down. God Gatsby, a madman with a God Gatsby, a solid battery, given the quad, and he takes it. This Lucian is insane. TP coming in, and Saudaga EBLZ shows us why they are the demons. It shows us why they are the superior team. They take game 1.
What a way to start off the series here. Saudaga EBLZ have been blazing a trail, and they have been able to shut down Geek Fam on game 1. And I just love the pacing of how they've been able to call every single shot into perfection, and there wasn't exactly a clear response that we're seeing from the side of Geek Fam. They tried to take down some of these members of SDGR, but it wasn't really the right sort of pick at the right sort of time as well, where they have all the advantage. Even with all the vision being set up in the Baron, it didn't even went to any sort of way that they can have a clear-cut answer because of how well they played across the map, and the macro and micro game was just looking to be so efficient on the side of SDGR EBLZ, and I could clearly tell why you're citing them for this entirety of the series, because this looked to be perfection coming in from SDGR.
Definitely feels like a super dominant game one, and just how the proactiveness and the aggression from SDGR EBLZ, something we didn't get to see much yesterday while they took on UndeRank. I'm glad that they are showing their true colors against Geek Fam, giving Geek Fam a taste of their own medicine. This is how Sem9 felt when they lost the series against Geek Fam yesterday, but we clearly saw that the initiatives that SDGR EBLZ took was just sufficient to stop Geek Fam in their tracks, and despite Geek Fam's best effort, they never really got a footing. So very deserving game one. But this was what happened yesterday. Geek Fam dropped their first game and they came back swinging. Perhaps we will see more fight from Geek Fam after this opener, but I must say SDGR EA, they are completely ready for this lower bracket semifinals.
That's right, and you can see how ready they are, coming in with some magnificent rotation on that early game, immediately going for the enemy red buff, and just looking to shut down the Shank from the get-go has gotten them a little bit of a ticket of an opening, and that's where they just start to ramp up. And we saw in the Williams item build that he wasn't even considering of building it towards that stasis enchantment. Just goes to show how confident he is that he will be left untouched. Where you saw even the likes of the Braum that has been able to really set the tempo right for them, as he drops him some $1 million Glacial Fissure in some of these team fights. Yeah, they may have actually lost a little bit of all these areas of play where, you know, Rift Herald, being all things considered, it was still pretty much alright, where they have been able to eventually get a lot more of all these Drakes going in favor of the side of SDGR EBLZ. Now, we do have a little bit of trivia here for those of you guys back at home. What is the name of the Ruin King's wife that actually started all the entirety of Ruin Nation? So, pretty sure that you guys have read all the lore during the Sentinel of Light event a couple of weeks ago, so you guys probably have figured it out.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you guys know the answer, just drop it in the comment section with the hashtag MaggyTrivia. And if you are correct, then it means that you have, if you have done your studies on the lore. But yes, the Rune King, he has left his legacy all across Runeterra, starting the Rune Nation, and even having his Mighty Sword as one of the core items that a lot of players like to purchase. So do take your time. We will review the answer after this. But with that being said, Geek Fam has some more pressing question that they need to find a solution to, which is how can they shut down SDGR EBLZ with such a dominant start to this game? What do you think Geek Fam should do?
I think that they need to start playing a lot more proactively around hockey as well, especially when you look at 69 here. He hasn't been the one that was constantly seeking for those opportunities for a gank, as compared to Fallen, who has been able to perfectly go in for early assault and battery, and of course, he did get pretty much the first blood over the top lane here to get things up to speed. So I feel that if there's anything at all, I want to see a little bit of a changes of how they actually play to set up the tempo right for Geek Fam's laner. So that's all that I have here for game number one. Of course, rightfully so, SDGR takes game one. Let's see what happens in game two, as we'll go on a short break and we'll come back right after this here in the CI Icon Series Malaysia.
Lihat, tunggu sini. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
History. Read that has a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come. You're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Saudaga EBLZ are up 1-0 in this elimination best of 5 against Geek Fam. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season Playoffs presented to you by ESL Mobile Open and Riot Games alongside our official tournament partner Maggie Hot Cup. My name is Husky and of course alongside me is Contra as we bring you guys the rest of the best of 5 and see who will emerge victorious by the end of this.
That's right, and we've already seen the side of SDGR EA taking off game number 1 in spectacular fashion, and we were talking to the Belay broadcast talents out there about how efficient that God Gatsby as well as Fallen has been playing in that past match. So my wonder is this, whether or not will there be any sort of bans on particular champions like the Vi, but is it actually worth it? But you know, we did ask you guys a little bit of question before we go on the break, so we now have the answer for the Maggie trivia, and we dropped the question: what is the name of the Rune King's wife? Have you guys got it all figured out just about yet? So if you guys haven't, well, we'll just give you the answer right away. So Husky, I'm pretty sure that you've got the answer with you. So what is the Rune King's wife's name?
All right, the Rune King's wife's name is Isolde. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I think that's how you pronounce it. But yes, if you guys were not able to get it correctly, it's fine. The Rune King has an acquired taste, and that is why he was crowned as the king before he fell to the shadows. Nonetheless, congratulations to those who answered this correctly. You might not be walking away with anything but knows some pats on the back, but still it proves that you have knowledge in the lore. But if you guys still want to be recognized for your comments, do keep them coming in the comment section. If we feature your comment by the end of the show, you will walk away with some very limited edition badges, exclusive courtesy from our partner Maggie Hot Cup and Wild Rift. So keep it rolling, you might just be the one.
Now it's time for us to hit into the Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select. So I want to see a little bit of a difference when it comes down to how Geek Fam wants to play the overall control of the map. Now, it's going to be very similar bans that I expect, as we give a little bit more respect towards the South Williams with the Twisted Fate ban alongside with the Lulu. So what are you feeling about a couple of these bans so far that's very much heavily focused on supports?
Yeah, I think Geek Fam and Saudaga EBLZ both have the same idea. They're targeting the mid laners, they're also targeting the support. Yesterday, it was Haki and Nyx who had a lot of impact, especially when Nyx got Lulu for I think 2 to 3 games in a row. Semna could not deal with it, but Saudaga EBLZ, they will combine those two factors together and eliminate them one shot. They target Haki's Diana and Galio, they ban out Nyx's Lulu. Now, Geek Fam's turn to see what they have in store for Saudaga EBLZ, and it will be the Camille first pick.
Now, the question is, will it fall to the hands of 69 or the Shang? The Shang has been able to play it very efficiently so over on the Baron lane, so maybe he will be able to take that grasp. Now, we are looking at Saudaga EBLZ sticking to the usual, where we have already seen the Ziggs being a staple pickup for the side of Williams. Very safe pick as well. If you want to put both the Ziggs as well as Senna on the bottom lane, it is also very viable, as we've seen before the AP carries head into the Dragon lane. Now, are yet again for the likes of Haki while they secure themselves at Nami. And I'm kind of surprised that there's not many pickups of the Trash, although it's being left up available. Now, Amumu being hovered, I honestly am not too sure if this is going to be the best case scenario. Now, they take a little bit from the playbook of what the likes of Berjaya Dragons have shown early on. Nasus can still have a chance to go into the Baron lane if that's going to be the traditional case, and we're already seeing a glimpse of Xin Zhao. So, going for all these sort of picks, we're seeing Kazakhstan. I'm looking at the fact that Geek Fam, this is more of an ultra aggressive setup, that they still have many layers of hard crowd control that they can easily drop upon when it comes out to some of all these team fights. But they really have to be very wary of how to take on the Xin Zhao, because he can easily zone away many targets, especially when he uses his ultimate. And that's going to be a little bit more concerning, especially when you want to go for picks. We saw that Jax that may just be picked up, but Emotionless will go into pick up that Riven instead, so that if it's going to be a Camille over top side here, it's just going to be pretty much easy to deal with, whether it comes in with the Hexa Ultimatum or not.
I was thinking whether, Emotionless wants to pick up the Fiora since it was left out in the open, but he probably has the intention to show the Shang how to play Riven effectively. Saudaga EBLZ, they were the first team to bring out the whole Nasus AP Nasus meta yesterday. Instead of Senna, they had the Soraka on God Gatsby to pair against it, which also bore some fruit. Even though they lost that game against UndeRank, they still kind of gave us a glimpse of what this is capable of. But we saw Berjaya Dragons running this Senna Nasus, and it worked out exceptionally well. So I can't wait to see what Saudaga EBLZ has it stored with this exact same combination in the Dragon Lane. It is them up 1-0, but the journey is still not at its final destination yet. Geek Fam has a lot of chance, and they need to start by equalizing the match. This is it, game number 2, Geek Fam against Saudagar EBLZ.
This is where we want to see where can EBLZ still keep the fire all pretty much light up, as Geek Fam tries to go with a little bit of a difference of draft, especially Momo now playing that Varus. They want to optimally get him up to speed. That's why he's taxing a little bit of EXP off of the mid lane. Now, a little bit of protection coming from Nyx with a little bit of leash, but with pretty much a golem stolen off, that will be able to give God Gatsby a little bit of EXP, but Momo might be able to hit level 2 quicker in comparison. So, interesting enough, as much as those are the pokes that has been able to be put on towards the side of God Gatsby, he can easily recuperate by having the first spell to recharge some of the HP bars eventually.
And the Spirit Fire and the Piercing Darkness, very annoying to deal with. But top lane seems like the first look for the Shang. Just hook shot to safety. However, Fallen, not able to get much in return. So Emotionless will lose his life, and Geek Fam off to a pretty decent start.
And the fact that Emotionless did not pop the Ignite as well, he might have actually go in for a 1-for-1 trade-off, as Fallen has already been able to arrive to the scene just a bit of a second all too late. We may not have been able to witness how that entirety of the fight broke out, but knowing Emotionless, he likes to try to exert a little bit more of that pressure from the get-go, and sometimes overstepping his boundaries by doing so. And he has to give a little bit of respect to the Shank because of how he can easily come into position. Oh! Barrier being popped though.
Yeah, Barrier and Hugh both use Sephiroth's out of mana. So Geek Fam feeling a bit confident. Saudagar EBLZ will bring him back up. Fallen is here, but he's not in range to get his Audacious Charge off. So Geek Fam, their bot lane will be safe, and in fact, seems like Haki is gonna rotate. They want to cut off Fallen's path as he's taking on the Scuttle Crab at the river. Side 69 is also there to challenge this. Saudagar EBLZ, let's see if they want to contest this. Good charm onto Fallen as Fallen will back up, and Saudagar EBLZ decides to not take this at all.
I love the speed of reaction for Geek Fam this time around. They swap out the rotation of Fallen, paying a little bit of visit over the bottom side. Unfortunately, Fallen does not have the flash as he has already utilized it over on the top lane. So, moment that they get a little bit down, they opt to have that double rotation over mid as well as jungle to secure that scuttle. So Geek Fam, they managed to at least go a little bit more of an evenly trade in that sort of the circumstance. Geek Fam only having some slight edge here when it comes down to gold due to that first blood that they've been able to secure. That's a phase that's already been purchased by Fallen, so he's either looking for that Black Cleaver, but with that Sheen, it tells you that he's going for the traditional Trinity Force build. So expect to see a whole lot of damage that can be offered by the Sin Down.
Yep. Definitely a slower game for both teams. EBLZ still wanting to be a bit more proactive, but Geek Fam was able to stem the bleeding and not give Saudagar EBLZ the room that they are looking for. And despite Emotionless giving away that first blood, he is still able to keep up with the Shang. Just a slight 200 gold deficit. Not too big of a deal for Riven. And as long as he can keep the Shang in lane, Fallen can always come in to back him up. They have enough control to finish off this Camille if they execute it properly. It's a matter of getting it off or not. The Shang, in fact, kind of loses that trade a bit, but both Baron laners will go for the reset, and Geek Fam will kind of position themselves at that Cloud Drake pit.
And it's also interesting to note that Haki is actually building a Rod of Ages on that Ahri. Not something that we always see on our players who like to optimally go in for the high business player. Now Emotionless spots out members, and the fight begins.
Good collapse from SDGR EA. Chain of Corruption goes out, but he's gonna be the re-engage. And the Dawning Shadow plus Mega Inferno Bomb. All the nukes in the world. And Geek Fam will not survive. They did take out Williams, but can they get more? Sephiroth and Fallen turn their attention onto the Shang, who has that reactive armor, who has that Precision Protocol and the hooks have to get away, but it's going to be rooted by the last embrace. Wither down as well, Emotionless to close the gap with broken wings, and they will finish off the Shang. It's Saudaga EBLZ with 4 kills. Drake is still alive, and Haki being the deterrence, Saudaga EBLZ will decide to back up, but Geek Fam doesn't seem like they're done just yet. At least they will force Saudaga EBLZ away. They will go onto the Drake, and it seems like they want to contest this at least for now. But God gets me. Just use the last embrace and go in, get a 3-man root, and the re-engage comes through from Emotionless, dashes in with the Valor, gets the shield. Now they will go for the slow retreat as Scott Gatsby is isolated. Gets the arrow, sidestep by Emotionless, comes in with a tactical sweep. It's gonna be the Shang with the re-engage. 69 finds the isolated William, and he will go down. The Shang will turn the attention on Sephiroth, who will flash to safety. Chain of Corruption from long range as Mobile claims that kill, and Saudaga EBLZ oversteps and they get punished.
And that could have actually been worked out a lot better. The first time around, it has gone great for the side of SDGR. Here comes Tidal Wave, though. Won't be able to reach all the way towards the tier 2 backlines. And Geek Fam, all of a sudden, they manage to even the trades and also look to secure the Rift Herald. And that's where they are getting sufficient dominance when it comes down to not only taking down the objectives. Now, they've got it all going, and also having many of these major item power spikes coming in handy. The problem is, how long will it take for Sephiroth to eventually become the unstoppable force of Anasis that they needed him to become? And the other point of view is also where, if they were to keep committing for some extended trades, can they actually outfight the likes of Geek Fam? Because we saw skillful shots coming in from Momo, and also there was a couple of areas where they went in pretty much deep, where Geek Fam didn't exactly, of course, get punished for multiple reasons. SDGR can definitely do a lot better.
But so far, Geek Fam are slightly in the lead. Williams dying 2 times in a row was kind of what gave Geek Fam a lot more space to work with, but Saudaga EBLZ, they are not a team that you should underestimate. It seems like Geek Fam, they want to make a move to the bottom lane, but that Scuttle Crab Vision will protect the members of SDGR EA. Good charm with the Spirit Rush from Haki. They follow up with the Tidal Wave. God Gatsby has the barriers to use it right now, but they get the Aqua Prison onto 2. Dawning Shadow's going to prolong the inevitable, but Momo will come in as the 3rd member with 69 becoming the 4th. Chain of Corruption, Harsh Charm. They overlap the crowd control, but it doesn't matter. 69 gets the reset and he gets out. Geek Fam will find 2 kills, and this should be the bot tier 1 alongside the Rift Herald being summoned.
Magnificent dive, and we saw all of that setup was actually coming from Nyx. Yes, it was Haki that landed the charm, but those Aqua Prison and that Tidal Wave was set perfectly into place. Now, 1 versus 2, and the Shang won't be able to last.
Yeah, just good punish from Saudaga EBLZ. They had to get a response elsewhere. Killing off the Shang was not the least that they could do, but they can take this. Take the structure to follow suit. So Geek Fam still maintaining the lane 4, in their favor, and they did extend their lead a bit more. We're seeing a cleaner Geek Fam compared to game 1, and they are a team known for their adaptation. And it seems like they have figured out how to deal with SDGR EA.
One thing to note for the fact that Geek Fam is also having this issue in the late game where they have to play of course, as quickly as they can to not get that power spike onto both God Gatsby as well as Sephiroth that can scale very much infinitely into the late game. And the other problem being that Geek Fam doesn't really have a tank on their side, which can prove to be a problem heading into the late game where Xin Zhao can easily go for a, and it'll be much harder for Geek Fam to eventually take them all down, as much as they do have quite sufficient burst damage that can come up from both Haki as well as 69. Now, SDGR EBLZ, they are considering whether or not to immediately go for this Drake. Vision already being set by the rest of Geek Fam, as they are also looking to find themselves a top lane turret. Both sides are still having it standing for the moment. So Emotionless may have a little bit of split priorities here.
Ooh, Fallen does get chunked out, but thankfully the rest of his team is there. And whenever you have a center, you will always be topped up as the Piercing Darkness. Just provide reliable healing. Geek Fam do see where Saudaga EBLZ are positioned right now around their blue buff. Both teams wanting to, get their hands on that Mountain Drake. This will definitely it. But it seems like Geek Fam, they have better wave manipulation with the Shang and Haki pushing out the side lanes, and the rest of the team keeping Saudaga EBLZ at bay.
And one thing to also note that SDGR, they just need to have one guy to break wall the Shang here. You can't exactly send the Nasus to do so. She can easily kite him away with the hook shot. And the items are just not about enough. Now that the Nasus is building into his Thimble Winter and eventually heading into the mass build, so he's gonna be able to offer a little bit more of the damage coming in from the Spirit Fire that he will be able to drop coming into some of all these team fights to lower a little bit of the armory as well as the magic resist. But
oh my
Shadow getting ignited. Can he survive?
Emotionless has a flash. Valor, Broken Wings, Key Strike, Ghost what? And automated Emotionless trying to go for the kill. But the Shang with the outplay will survive. And now SDGR EA, they can look at the Dragon Pit. Dragon goes over to the side of Geek Fam, but the Dragon Stream is going to keep falling alive. Not for long though. He still goes down. They trade 69 in return as Saudaga EBLZ now wants to go for the kill. Zafarov with Fury of the Sand. It's just way too strong. But look at who's coming into the fight. It's the Shang from behind. And Geek Fam goes for the re-engage. They take out Williams. God gets me forced out. Has the Dark Embrace to keep the Shang alive. The Shang flags into the sweep. Let's go wide. But Zafarov will be ran down. And Geek Fam with a perfect collapse punishes Saudaga EBLZ once more with 3 kills.
What a way to really flush out the rest of the members of Saudaga EBLZ. You saw that they were put into some really awkward positions, and I love how Haki has been able to save that Spirit Rush for that final exit on the turret charge over the wall. And even though Momo as well as Snakes were almost being caught out, they have been able to find enough room for the Shang to come right back up, and he's been able to really turn the tides in some of the battle as much as he was initially dealing with Emotionless over the top side, not really having the Hexet Ultimatum to be expended on top of Saudaga EBLZ's members that were contesting for Drake. Not only they snatch it on their hands on the final few seconds, now there is a potential of a full commitment coming from Saudaga to try to take on this mid lane turret, but as it stands, bottom side.
Dawning Shadow and Mega Inferno Bomb was just enough to take out the Shang as Nyx with the Ignite is not enough. Emotionless is going to commit forward. Nyx doesn't get away. Killing spree for Emotionless. Goes for the Valor, but the shield is not enough. It still gets broken. Saudaga EBLZ, they do take 2 kills, but Geek Fam starting to do what they do best. They will play the macro game as 69 claims at top tier 2, but Saudaga EBLZ, they really want the structure and should be able to get it with the Satchel Charge. Finally goes down, but the damage has been done by Geek Fam.
And look at Geek Fam, they're just out macroing them all across the map. Like, they're just forcing members of Saudaga EBLZ to respawn on either portion, and that's where they've been able to capitalize. And Geek Fam, they're just having some best bargains coming into many of all these occasions when it comes down to the trading of objectives. Yeah, just look at the number of towers they managed to secure for. And when it comes down to the portion where they are all trying to secure the Drake, Saudaga hasn't been able to find that clear-cut answer as well. So, really quick thinking coming from the side of Geek Fam. Now Haki might just be picking them off.
Also there, but unfortunately for Geek Fam, Emotionless was a bit too far away. So Geek Fam not able to get the kill onto Emotionless, and they also gave Saudaga EBLZ some information, but Fallen runs in and has to flash away to safety. And that's going to prevent Geek Fam from following up as Mega Inferno Bomb also chunked down 69. Williams wants to cut him off, but he does have the leap to get away. So overall, Geek Fam, they didn't lose too much, but the Shen's going to be gone on. Has the last embrace, that is going to put him in place. That Frio comes in with a winner as well. Chain of Corruption is onto Emotionless. He does flash to safety, The wing strike not enough. Dashio uses Fury of Sand, but they use the ultimate to lock him down. His hider would follow up. God Gatsby completely isolated of the ultimate, and he's gonna give 69 a second kill. 69 can sidestep all of the spell, turns around with the voice spike, doesn't kill off anyone else. But Saudaga EBLZ once more takes the bad fight.
Fallen almost taking the brunt of that void spike across the corner, and he just barely survived. And if they were to take him down, this is an easy Baron. Now TP's available. Now forcing inside of Saudagar to eventually come right in. Making the bomb they utilize Snake's falling row. But look at Emotionless though.
Just have to chain of corruption to prevent any sort of steal. So Geek Fam has a clean exit. Ocean Drake is up, that's where Saudaga EBLZ is gonna head towards. But Geek Fam have kind of found a firm grip on this game.
They have. And now, this is the only thing that can keep Saudaga EBLZ here. But here comes the shot.
Oh my goodness! He didn't even get his crescent creep off, and now he's dead. Saudaga EBLZ, they wanted to go for the retreat, but Emotion is gonna be the second one to go. 69 leaps forward. Takes a lot of damage. Last embrace doesn't hit. But Widow sees out of mana. Then Geek Fam, they will see blood. They will smell the victory for game 2. Saudaga EBLZ desperately trying to stay alive. It is only God Gatsby and Zephyro being the survivors of that skirmish. But with that being said, Geek Fam should be able to take this chance and start getting objectives out of that.
Let's look at how proactively this Camille is playing across the map. It's just the best thing that you can ever watch as a Baron lane main. And I'm just happy to see how well he just takes over control alongside of Haki that's been able to play even more proficiently as compared to game 1 on this party. Now, Geek Fam already knocking on their doors, getting down the inhibit turret, and that's where with this Baron puck, it definitely looks a lot easier for them to go about. And now that they have 2 Guardian Angels up online, it gets even harder for the side of Saudaga EBLZ to pull off this turret defense. So let's see whether or not will they actually set up a dive, and if they do, it's Saudagar that needs to actually punish members of Geek Fam for overcommitting. And the fact is this, that there's no more turrets for them to even defend. They just have to turtle in and wait for Geek Fam to eventually go into overstep the welcome. And it's honestly not looking very likely so for now. Geek Fam may have this perfect opportunity to just equalize this match by the very end.
They're doing a sublime job. And Saudaga EBLZ so far has not been able to find their footing. Their cores are falling off. Sure, there's the infinite scaling, but you need that damage, and I think Saudaga EBLZ are not able to provide that with Geek Fam in such a commanding lead. The 2 GAs, like you mentioned, Geek Fam looking for more. Here comes the lead, Chain of Corruption, God Gatsby almost gets caught up, and Williams goes golden, pops the barrier and flash. He's most likely gonna die, throws the Mega Inferno Bomb just in case, but eventually Nyx will pick him out. Saudaga EBLZ needs to defend this 3 versus 5, and they know that there's no more chance. They will let this go. Geek Fam strikes back hard, and they equalize the score. It's 1-1.
And definitely, Geek Fam has been able to file a better formula to correspond to the aggressive side of Saudagar EBLZ. And we saw that they were trying their hardest to even contest for many of these objectives. And even at times, like the final Drake that we saw that they were trying to get a grasp on, they managed to eventually take out the Sinzel first before even having him smite it off. And Geek Fam managed to clinch it by the very final second while still having so many of all these great setup as they could easily dive towards the back line and find an opening. So it was really hard for God Gatsby to really contribute in some of all these team fights where majority of their front line of the defense or even on the offense hasn't been able to hold up all too solidly so. And you just gotta give credit where credit is due. Even Momo has landed some really perfect chain of corruptions to set the fight perfectly for Geek Fam. And even if that's not enough, you saw 69, Haki as well as Shang. They can come in from any part of the map here to look for the target that they wanted. And I'm just looking at the side of Saldar EBLZ. What seems to be the cause of the problem here is that Zafarov hasn't been really up to the perfect shape. Where is he really a tank? Is he someone that can still stir a little bit of a fear onto the carries of Geek Fam? Apparently not so. Multiple times he just get bubbled by Nyx, and that's honestly not the best way you want to go about when you head into this kind of matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, and you said you wanted to see Geek Fam play a bit more proactive, and they delivered just that. The activeness of Geek Fam was able to pay off big time, as you know they equalized the score. But what I want to know what really went wrong on the side of Saudaga EBLZ. Was it because they overextended? How did Geek Fam punish them?
Well, I think that they did play the early game pretty much efficiently. Is down to those decision making that kind of costed them as well. And one sort of point is where I was watching Emotionless, whether he was trying to choose to defend the turret or even join the fight, where he was miles away from the team fight anyways. So might as well he go into, of course, negate that sort of pressure coming in from the Camille. Not only did he lost that top lane turret, eventually going into mid lane didn't essentially contribute to anything at all. So I felt that this is where they just really have to find that sort of priority as well. Plus, they don't really have somebody who could efficiently dive right in to follow up alongside with the Sindel if they need to. And the only person that can do so is probably Emotionless. So that's where I felt that the draft can be refined even further as we go into game number 3. So, Husky, are you ready to see what's about to come, to see who's going to be able to lock in that match point?
Yeah, I definitely am looking forward to that. So we'll throw this to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be game 3 between Geek Fam and Saudaga EBLZ. Don't go anywhere.
Lihat, tunggu sini. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? Put me on my misery.
lihat. Tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro.
Itu bertanda alamat.
Adakah dia Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome back, Summoners. The ESL, guys, the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season Playoffs. It is the elimination best of 5 between Saudaga EBLZ and Geek Fam, and so far the scores are tied 1-1. My name is Husky, and of course I'm joined by Contra as we narrate to you guys the rest of this fairy tale.
And of course, this is where we have definitely predicted and have a little bit of a different stance between the casters, and we were just hopping by the Malay broadcast as well. It's also a split decision where Ikuto was saying this is a 3-1 in favor of the side of SDGR, and I was saying it's a 3-2. Same goes to the side of CloudCloud that says it's a 3-1 for Geek Fam. And I guess that this series might just be the only one that will go all the way to all the 5 games. And this game itself, what we just witnessed on that past match, that Geek Fam has been able to equalize in such a great manner as well, when we saw them having some really clear-cut answers to what Saudaga EBLZ has been able to draft out, and doesn't seem like they've been able to keep up towards the same level of pace. And now that Geek Fam's playing a little bit more proactive as compared to game number 1, I think that this is definitely a good look coming in from the veteran side of Geek Fam. And they still have what it takes here to eventually push it to the lower bracket finals. But my question to you is also the fact that either sides, they will eventually have to face UndeRank. And the last time that we saw Saudaga EBLZ face off against them, they won 3-1. So if it's going to be likely a second coming for them, or even the likes of Geek Fam moving upwards, who has a better shot at UndeRank?
Oh my goodness, this is actually a very tough question. I would say that in terms of composure, perhaps Geek Fam might have a slightly better chance. But this is what makes it interesting, right? Because dynamic-wise, UndeRank beats Saudaga EBLZ, but Saudaga EBLZ has a better chance of beating Geek Fam. And then Geek is a rock, paper, scissors. I would want to say Geek Fam might give UndeRank more of a fight, simply because of how Geek Fam plays as a team. But they kind of have to get through Saudaga first. And what worries me from game 2 was how Saudaga felt like they deviated from their personality, where they are giving God Gatsby the Senna, which is a good champion on paper, but it doesn't feel like a God Gatsby champion.
Yeah, it definitely didn't feel all too right, where he's more comfortable playing on all these carry marksmen in particular. So perhaps this is where it will be a little bit of a switch if SDGR are looking for perhaps a Senna ban, but instead they start off this champion select brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup with the Galio being removed. So Geek Fam opt to go for something that has been running for the entirety of the series by not having the TF coming online.
Yeah, Diana is also banned out alongside Twisted Fate and Gragas. Still not much deviation from the previous bans. Although I expect Ari to go through, maybe Saudaga EBLZ can look at the champion and pick it up as the first phase selection. I honestly feel that the Ari would be a good choice for a player like Williams, as he's very proactive. And indeed, they heed my call. Ari goes over to SDGR.
Now, the question is this: what will Hockey go for? Is he going to be opting for that Orianna pick, which Hockey can have actually played from time to time, or go for something aggressive as well? Now, this is where it's interesting to see Geek Fam running that Lulu very much early, which could still open up a room for the Senna to be picked up. Instead, they immediately secured that jungle pick with that Kha'Zix coming online. Now, Geek Fam has definitely got some great pacing going on the offensive, but the question is, with the Lee Sin on the opposing side, is going to be a little bit of a struggle for them when it comes down to setting the tempo right. Who's quicker than the other into setting up the pace for their own respective team members? I like the fact that Lim's now going for the Renekton pick. That gives them a little bit more of that room to still jiggle with on that Baron lane.
And Geek Fam responds with the Annie pick. You want to go on this little child with those flashy moves? she presses Tibbers, you get stunned on the spot. Darius will be the Shank's choice. And yes, we get Gatsby back on the Lucian alongside Zephyr with the Nami. I definitely love this a bit more. We will have a very explosive Dragon Lane towards the later stages of the game because Momo gets his hand on the Kai'Sa. On paper, it does feel better, right? If you're an SDGR fan, but now the question is, we've seen the power of Annie, and Haki has that Annie with him for Game 3. Is it going to be the biggest difference maker for Geek Fam, or do you think Saudaga has a good chance?
I think it definitely will have a high impact on this matchup in particular, especially when you have a Lulu to back you up in many of all these difficult circumstances where easily you could just pop Wild Growth either on a Kha'Zix that just initiates the fight or even the Annie that will be flashing forward with that Tibbers. So I like the ideation coming from Geek Fam overall. Meanwhile, SDGR EBLZ, they may just be able to look onto something, and when it comes to extended traits, they might actually shine there.
Oh, we just have to find out whether SDGR EA can regain their footing. It is just a 1 versus 1. This has now trickled down to a best of 3. And SDGR EA, they were the team that drew first blood, and Geek Fam, kind of caught out from behind. But perhaps this would be where SDGR EA makes a statement. Whoever reaches that series point will kind of have that advantage in terms of morale, and both teams are definitely looking for it. SDGR EA will try to protect their jungle from Geek Fam, and it seems like this time they were able to do just that.
Yeah, and if we look into the champions that Saudaga or EBLZ has been able to select, each comes with decent sustainability for themselves. So Geek Fam, they would need Momo here to eventually build an Executioner's Calling to negate a little bit of all these Omnivamp or Lifesteal that they have on their side. Especially with Sephiroth that could easily come in with the ebb and flow. But Zhangdo in trouble!
Yep, he's gonna be first blood for sure. Safeguard and the Sonic way to follow up. Fallen gets an easy kill, and the Shang also expanded his barrier. And if you look at the Suns, Emotionless still has his Ignite available. And then Fallen, he is super scary on his Lee Sin, and the fact that he got that first blood and Emotionless not having to use the Ignite, I think SDGREA, they're definitely looking for a secondary punish if they can.
That's interesting to note that you see Fallen, he went from red buff immediately to the top lane. And that's not the usual rotation for any jungler in particular, where they would at least clear the blue buff first. So after that pickoff, they went for the scuttle. I think that was a very efficient way to go about things. So getting that first blood definitely comes in very much handily so for Saudaga to, of course, go up to speed to Geek Fam, which 69 here is still taking his sweet time inside the jungle, looking for that level 5. So expect to see even more plays to come, especially when Haki also hits his levels up. Now, head-to-head here, you mentioned about the Ignite that can still be popped. The Shang here is still pushing his wave. Do you think this is going to be resulting into a bad trade for Geek Fam?
It could be if Shang oversteps a bit. Look at Emotionless, since he's holding the wave. The Shang will place a ward in case Fallen wants to go for the gank, and that is definitely the right choice. But Fallen, he's still thinking about it, but now with how he passed the Shang, his judgment will pay off. But I think Fallen will just go trying to go for the Scuttle Crab, which got secured. Will be forced to reset. I mean, the Shang able to keep himself safe. That is what's important, because if Fallen gets a secondary kill, I think the Shang will have a really tough time trying to recover.
Indeed, and now 69 might just be spotted out by the ward already, so he has to be really quick in securing some of all these golems right down below. So Williams now in position. Now Fallen will know where he's at, but 69 has treaded pretty much carefully, so he'll just be able to retreat very safely and eventually get this red buff to look for something up over on top lane if he can, or even somewhere on mid. But ganking an Ori definitely isn't going to be the best sort of a deal. But speaking of the Annie, Fallen might just actually pay a little bit of visit there, slowly stacking up. And the beauty about utilizing an Annie up in the mid lane, she could easily free farm, especially with the Incinerate that she could just drop into, slowly go in for monoless charges of you know, last hits. And that's going to be great for you. Top lane though.
Oh, good dodge with the slice and dice. Get out of the apprehend. Seems like Saudaga EBLZ have a huge presence in the bot side, and rightfully so, because it is the Inferno Drake, a Drake that everyone wants to get their hands on. Fallen was spotted out, so a couple of love taps coming in from Momo will force him back, but he will lifesteal with a safeguard, and it seems like Saudaga EBLZ, they will be there to contest this. Williams comes in from the flank. Saudaga EBLZ now wants to try and steal this away. They pull the Drake and he will reset temporarily. Geek will have enough time to reach the scene of the crime, and here comes the kick. Followed up with the tidal wave. They're gonna go in. The charm just missed. Punch comes through. Fallen secures it, and Saudaga EBLZ will try to collapse onto Geek Fam. They bring Nick slow. The motion that slices and dices through Haki. He also goes down. 69 the backline looking for Sephiroth. The Zephyr does miss. Momo wants the kill, does get it onto Sephiroth, but now he's completely trapped with no summon spell. Pops the barrier, once Cross gets me, and he gets it. Kick Fam, they somehow punish SDGR. Williams will be executed, and Kick Fam, through all of that, gets the kills.
Such a close fight from both sides, and we saw a little bit of a split of decision coming in from both Saudaga as well as Geek Fam. It was SDGR here to be able to snatch the Drake in just the nick of time, where 69 could have actually smited it in that split moment, but it's all thanks to that Dragon's Rage that has given him a little bit of spacing much earlier. Now they're contesting for this Rift Herald. A couple of charms being used, but look at the Shang though, he's in a good position.
Oh, Decimate, give him some help. He pops the barrier. Regen comes in for Saudaga. They will execute him. The Rift Herald goes over to Saudaga as well. Good tidal wave. It heads on to Momo, but no follow-up from Saudaga EBLZ. This time, they will play a calculated one, get a kill, get the Rift Herald, and get out.
That was a lot cleaner than I expected it to be, and maybe Shang came in a little bit sad too early. The charm misses. Williams would not be able to commit even if it does land, and how prepared to drop in tables if they were to move directly inwards. Now, optimization-wise, Trinity Force coming online eventually for the side of Fallen. Not opting for some quick defensive builds just about yet, just want to ensure that as long as they have the lead, they will try to press on the offensive. Now, Geek Fam taking a lot of all these plating out there. That's going to help them to eventually go back to their base with some bigger items involved. And the Catherine Rain has already been upgraded since that there is the BF sword as well as the execution calling alongside the longsword. That gives Momo a little bit more AD, even though the Essence Reaver has already been stat up online. So God Gatsby could still really go in for some really good duel, but the problem is he's over the top side here. There's a little bit of lane swap going on, which I feel that the Ahri could still do a decent wave clear with all the spells that she has. Now, Haki, can she hold out?
This was kind of what we God Gatsby and Williams swapped their lanes. Obviously for this game, it was done pretty slightly later on. But overall, I think Geek Fam, because of how they took the Dragonfire early on, even though they lost that Rift Herald and the Shang to boot, they still are keeping up in terms of that net worth. And they are, in fact, making sure that Saudaga is not able to be as active as they want to. And it's a matter of whether SDGR EA can find that opening. Geek Fam is not giving them the chance, and they should be able to take the bot tier 1 when the next wave crashes. It seems so, but Saudaga EBLZ will take this turret for themselves.
Yeah, indeed, and you can definitely tell that Williams is also ready to give up the bottom lane turret as well, express of Geek Fam to be able to respond. So Saudaga, they're really quick on their thinking. They have been able to negate trouble as well as they are slowly preparing for next Drake. But the problem is there's not much vision setup coming in from the side of Saudaga at the moment. So if they blindly rush into the river here, they may be punished. But the good news is that the rest of Geek Fam are just about to reset, and they are regrouping all together to slowly navigate their way back into the Ocean Drake. Now, here's the catch.
Charm could kick back for a tidal wave to the stall of Geek Fam, but the Wild Grove and Tibbers protects the Shang. He actually doesn't go down. You do not execute the executioner. And Geek Fam with that win will be able to get on top of this Ocean Drake and secure it. The next thing Saudaga EBLZ wants to do is to try and pressure that mid tier 1. They will force Geek Fam to react. But how much damage can they do? It seems like Geek Fam, they are poised to move forward, and Saudaga EBLZ is completely forced away.
Even though they managed to land a charm onto Hockey, they cannot commit as they know that the passive is online. So if they have been able to actually turn it around with stun, which they didn't really expect, that Hockey does not really have the element, it could have erupted into a much better fight for the side of Saudagar, especially without 69 being available to actually take them on. Now, as we look into itemization, SDGR going for a really sustainable build, but here comes the calling.
Oh, Nyx is here. Good tidal wave. Solo Q might come to heal. Barrier, Killer Instinct. Momo outlasting everyone. As the Voice Seeker misses, but Zafirio's gonna give his life for it. Fallen a bit too late to the party. There's a two-man Aqua Prison. Here comes Tibbers. Fallen will safeguard to safety. Williams though gets jumped on by 69 as Geek Fam once more responds to the call, and SDGR EA will be forced back.
Wow, that was a really close call out there, and Gatsby just got away with skin in his teeth. So that will give away a little bit more room for Geek Fam to secure current. They did waste that Herald over the top side, and Geek Fam honestly has been able to really come back from a little bit of a slight deficit that they had from that early game. So currently, as it looks, Saudagar will have a little bit more trouble going into the late game if this carries on, because the Shank's going to always pose a threat, especially when he gets into a really good position when it comes down to a certain team fight. So they got to make sure that first thing first, the Shank is always being occupied, and he's already building a little bit more defensively, coming up with a Torn Meal. Oh, the catch!
Oh, the Proto Bell Tibbers! God Gatsby dies, and there's nothing Zafiro can do. This was the exact threat that the Annie brings to a fight, and with God Gatsby out for another 20 seconds, Geek Fam can continue to push this lead, but 69 is not done yet. Because Fallen, no, doesn't complete the recall, gets a kickoff, but there's the shoe. Haki walking forward with the passive, gets the stun on Emotionless. Can they follow up with the damage? Tidal Wave coming through, hitting on two members of Geek Fam. The charm from William misses again as the Geek Fam disengages. Saudaga EBLZ not finding their footing at all in the game, and Geek Fam slowly extending the lead.
They're giving a little bit too much room for Geek Fam to play around, especially in their jungle, which should have been a little bit more heavily warded as well. Now, talking about Vision game, at the very least, they got the river pretty much checked up. And Geek Fam definitely pulling strings by all these plays that Hockey is currently making. So that catch that he had with the Tibbers was exceptionally played by that mid laner of Geek Fam. Now, they are just about 4,000 in gold difference, so that's a way for SDGR to catch up. Honestly, isn't all too difficult, but now that they're losing so much pressure on the wave manipulation, and also on many parts of this map, Geek Fam is trending to start off with this Baron, and they're not going to be able to respond. Wallen's going back to the base.
Yeah, SDGR EA, they're too far away. Saudaga can't make it in time. They do see the Shandy. Go in with the charm. Flash, Fallen, goes in too late. They lose Zaphiroth. And with everything expended from the side of Saudaga EBLZ, Geek Fam will jump in and they will execute everyone. The Shank drops the X. And that is the final execution. Saudaga EBLZ sent straight to the guillotine. Fam looks to put themselves in a position of dominance. Geek Fam barrels down the mid lane. They will storm their way towards the Nexus. Saudaga EBLZ have nothing left, and this is it for Geek Fam. Match point in sight. They will be one step closer to their lower bracket finals. They take this game. They take the lead. It's 2-1.
And I thought that they will be able to respond to that call, but I have to call a spade right here. It was a little bit of a poor answer to that Baron move that Geek Fam was hoping for a response from the side of Saudagar EBLZ. And look at them go. Not only were they late, they choose to commit to that fight. Was a poor execution on their part. And now they are giving Geek Fam a chance at the lower bracket finals. And well, I guess I was pretty much happy with this result because Geek Fam now will try to boost my chance in the prediction rates at the very least. Okay, that aside, SDGR, I felt like they honestly had a shot at that team fight. And I felt that there's so many things that could have gone wrong, all went to shambles in that one particular moment.
Yeah, it feels a bit of desperation from Saudaga for sure. We saw Fallen, he tried to close the distance, even flashed for the Baron, and I thought they were going for an isolation, but we kind of touched on this during the pre-game, where you give Nyx the Lulu, that is so hard. We even saw God Gatsby taking on Momo. Momo had what? There was Shield, there was Barriers, Killer Instinct, there was Wild Growth, Help Picks, the 10,000 layers of shield, 4 and 80 carry, and on top of that, Saudaga EBLZ, they are solely relying on God Gatsby to do the brunt of the damage. It felt so insufficient, and Geek Fam was more seemingly finding the perfect read to shut down Saudaga EBLZ. And now with their backs against the wall, what is the adjustment that SDGR can do to bring this to a game 5?
I think that SDGR has to play to their strength again. We saw that they tried to empower Emotionless to become that hyper carry up on the Baron lane. They have been able to find that kill as Fallen secures it very quickly so, but it didn't really translate to anything in particular. I mean, I don't really see Emotionless trying to make plays across the side lanes, and now it was more of Geek Fam really calling the shot that whenever they want a team fight, they're the ones to start it. And it was Saudaga who was trying to either avoid that completely or just look to segue to something else where, okay, if we were to commit to a push on the side lanes, it was kind of like a half-hearted effort. Like, they have to commit to something at some point, and the most important thing that they should have actually committed was to really keep an eye out on that Baron. And it was as simple as that, and they didn't really have the priority straight, which honestly I couldn't really give them too much of, a little bit of a anger or whatever criticism on top of that, because it was a really quick response coming from Geek Fam nevertheless. But Geek Fam, like you mentioned, it was crazy layers of shield, which can also render the offense useless for the side of Saudaga.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Geek Fam, even just like yesterday, they might have dropped game 1, but they came back strong, and now they're one step closer to knocking Saudaga EBLZ out of the fall season and proceeding into the lower bracket grand finals. We'll go on a short break, and we'll be back for game 4, possibly the last game of SDGR EA. They will have to win this to hold on.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Oh, wah bakar bro. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan tuan.
I think it's good. Oh, I ain't your therapist, I ain't your measure. Hey, oh, can't really tell you anything you don't already know. No one said it was easy. Don't even bother, cause I'm in this secure location. I turned off my phone and my patience. I wanna help you, but you ain't even trying. You made your own bed, now you gotta fucking lie. Ain't nobody say nobody say none of my business. It ain't none of
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Geek fam, they are one step closer to knocking out Saudagar EBLZ. It is game 4 inbound as Geek fam leads this best of 5 2-1. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia 4-season playoffs. I'm Husky, joined by Contra on this broadcast as we now will see whether Saudagar EBLZ can equalize the score and push us all the way to game 5, or will Geek fam close it out with the same scoreline as they did yesterday.
And when we look into draft here, it seems like the pocket pick on the mid lane for not only Berjaya Dragons as well as Geek Fam has been that Annie to be able to really steal the show in very critical moments. Now, let's talk about a little bit on that Annie pick, because I felt that whoever drafts this Annie pick is kind of asking for a gank from the enemy side, but I don't really see heavy punishment on the Annie in the early game, which they should have actually done so, where there was a lot more focus from Saudagar on towards the Baron lane itself, which we taught that, you know, Emotionless usually is very selfish and also self-sufficient type of Baron laner, which things didn't really have been gone on to really favor the likes of Saudagar and Geek Fam now having a better read against their opponents here. Do you think that this will be them closing off the series here and first leave SDGR to bite the dust, or is there any more gas in the tank for the side of Saudagar EBLZ? Because we see them, they still have a very good ways to respond to certain sort of aggression coming from the side of Geek Fam. But last game, honestly, if they had that better read of the movements of the map, they would have known that they are calling for that Baron, which they didn't even respond well with.
Yeah, that definitely felt like the nail in the coffin, and you know, Saudagar EBLZ were forced into this state of desperation where they took a fight that they never could win. But hopefully, you know, they still have something left. The bans for game 4 underway. Galio and Lulu will be the first two to go. Saudagar EBLZ figuring that, you know, all these team fight champions is giving Geek Fam so much leverage in the game. They need to take it out. But Geek Fam, Twisted Fate and Camille ban as Saudagar EBLZ will look to the Diana and take it out.
And I really do like the bans this time around. Saudagar EBLZ have been able to spot what was probably giving them a lot of problems, especially over on the bot lane. So they're just dwindling down the pool. But remember this, Nyx does have the Janna that he's always relying on. So Geek Fam can still always go back to that. Since the Senna is still left available, it can also be the support pick. But instead, Nami has been working very well for Nyx, so they will opt to do exactly so. Now, Saudagar with a flex pick. Now, I have seen Emotionless going on Gragas more as compared to Fallen. So even if you put it into the jungle, it will go decent against Kha'Zix, but maybe not so much on a wave clearer in the jungle. So I guess that there's still a plethora of options left available. But Varus did work out in a couple of all these matches in the series. So at least they're giving more layers of crowd control to face off against Geek Fam.
It seems like Williams will stick to the Ahri, and that means Geek Fam, if they want to go for the Annie, there is possibility. And indeed, Annie won them the previous game, and why not pick her up once more? Although this time, they won't have those very thick layer of shields like how they had with that Lulu. So I love the Lulu ban, but is it enough to stop Geek Fam as they grab themselves the Kai'Sa for Momo once more? And it seems like we're looking at Emotionless bringing out his trump card. It's the Grand Duelist Fiora.
Okay, now I'm interested to see what will be the response coming from Geek Fam, because we understand Emotionless to be one of the better Fiora players in the Rift at the moment for the Malaysian region at the very least. So a Riven matchup is going to put him to the test, where it's all about that 50-50 decision making on the dot. So just hinting to the observers here, we want to see a lot more of those focused back onto the Baron lane. We did miss a couple of those fights, of course. No pressure, no pressure. Now, Senna, though, will be going on that support side. So let's talk about this heavy poke composition down the bottom lane, which I don't think it is all too favorable for the Kai'Sa to deal with. But probably that will be pretty much even up if there is any sort of visit coming in from Geek Fam's jungle. Now, game-winning plans here for the side of Geek Fam. I think that they're definitely following what has happened back in game number 3, which they've been able to get some really good pickoffs, especially with that flash tippers or even protobelt tippers. So hopefully we get to see some magnificent play coming from Haki yet again for Geek Fam, and SDGR is willing to respond with those heavy crowd control that they have now.
Yeah, man, I'm slightly at a loss, but still, the light of SDGR EA has not fizzled out yet. There's still something left in them. This is kind of their debut, a new team with familiar names. The fact that they were one of the most dominant teams in the group stage was a huge statement, but it's all about getting to the next level, and SDGR EA needs to prove that. Geek Fam, however, this time, they won't have that huge front line, but those crowd control and bursts is still very prevalent. And we can see already a glimpse of Emotionless and the Shang going at each other. This 50-50 matchup is looking to be very spicy.
Indeed it is, and you can see that both opt to take Baron instead of the Ignite. This goes to show that they really want to go for that last minute out trade. So I feel that even with a couple of nerfs onto Fiora, she's been able to have a very decent mid-game spike, especially when she does get pretty force alongside with the Blader Ring King up available. There's been a little bit of deviation when it comes out ever since the recent patch. There's more items up there as options on the table. Now, I want to see if 69 actually goes into hit with a early gank now that Emotionless has already shoved in majority of wave under the turret of the Shang, trying to force him to miss some of the last hits. And yeah, another good point to have a Fiora here on your team is a potential split push on that late game.
It definitely feels like so. And I think Geek Fam did spot out Williams and Fallen temporarily as they were trying to take the top Scuttle Crab. Fallen would try to go for the rotate, but the Shang, he was already ready with a vision. For SDGR EA, they won't be able to get any ganks off early on. Again, the adjustments from Geek Fam has been exceptional. It took them one loss, but it was enough for Geek Fam to figure out Saudaga EBLZ's quirks, how they want to play the early game, and they've been stopping that ever since. The question is a Kha'Zix matchup. Which jungler do you feel like kind of has more of an impact for the first few minutes of the game?
For the first few minutes, I definitely would say 69. And Fallen should be able to actually do something, so I could be wrong. And the Shang immediately looks to navigate his way out, and that's the grand challenge already being expanded by Emotionless So laying that to waste is going to be very important for the Shang, much later on when he can easily use the Blade of the Exile to out-trade and maneuver him across. So for the moment, SDGR only have the slightest of advantage.
And that was also the flash from Fallen as well. The gang potential definitely went down went down a notch. However, because of that, we saw early on that Emotionless, forced the wave under the turret. It's getting more of the resources. He's slowly leading in terms of net worth, and this is the Emotionless that we always see. A very dominant Baron laner who always gets ahead of his counterpart. But Emotionless himself is not enough. You kind of need the rest of the team to facilitate that. And so far, SDGR have found it a bit tougher to navigate around the map simply because of how Geek have adjusted to their moves.
I absolutely agree with that, and also for the fact that Fallen has also burned the flash on that top lane dive. It won't be helping him in terms of finding another pick-off on the bottom lane. Now, I did mention that you want to ideally punish Hockey on the mid side for the lack of mobility that an Annie offers, and he hasn't been doing that, which I felt the combo chain that can come from an Ahri as well as an Gargas should be sufficient for a full burst. But you also have to pay respect to what can be offered by the Annie as well. Now they're looking for that break. They spot out 69. What can they do though? Because the rest of Geek Fam are nowhere near.
Yep, 69, quick, bit low, tidal wave completely avoided by everyone except for Fallen. They get a good route onto two members of SDGR, but a good jump actually lands onto Momo. Flashes away, uses the barrier, steal goes down. Dragon goes over to Geek Fam. Dawning Shadow used by Zephyr to keep everyone alive at 69 with the Void Assault who try to get away. Goes for the juke, Emotionless on his tail with the Grand Challenge, and he will pop the Vitals. And it's going to be SDGR taking 2 kills.
I felt that SDGR could have actually done that better now that you have the mid lane being shoved right in as well. Not a good sign at all, but Emotionless looking for a recommitment.
Emotionless to go in, Aqua Place is going to start with it in his track, then contact with Broken Wings as well. They got the barrel roll, body slam avoided by the flash as Saudaga EBLZ uses the Embrace, tries to get onto the Shang, uses the Broken Wing and Valor once more, has to where is the charm? There it is! There is the barrier for the Shang, but it's insufficient as Saudaga down and they get a kill onto the ribbon. Geek Fam, they will middle lane once more, and this time they will make sure the structure goes down.
Now I really want to reflect back onto what happened back in Dragon Pit itself, where Saudaga absolutely gave way for Geek Fam to have that open entry to steal that Drake. Just see how everyone just moved backwards and gave too much respect to not only the tidal wave, but Hockey. Now, I want to highlight this. Okay, they dodged the tidal wave, yes. They should have actually go in for that recollapse. They get the charm, and they were focusing down onto Momo. Yeah, great pick, but what about the Drake? They absolutely forgot about it. And that was a free smite for 69. And yes, indeed, 69 did fall to the hands of Emotionless eventually, which I felt was quite a little bit of waste, which they could have actually got both the picks as well as the dragon on hand.
Definitely feels like, the respect that Saudaga EBLZ gave to Geek Fam worked in Geek Fam's favor. But Saudaga EBLZ, they did get themselves a Rift Arrow, and they will use it to at least get one charge off on that mid turret. Pretty much it though, as Geek Fam will quickly dispatch this creature and make sure that that structure will stand. That is one of Geek Fam's leverage. The mid tier 1 of Saudaga EBLZ, no longer a structure that exists. But Saudaga EBLZ, now with that kind of an even playing field against Geek Fam, what should Saudaga EBLZ do? What is the next move that they can make to give themselves a lead?
Well, they gotta bring back that scrappy energy that they have. And right now, it seems like they have fallen off in terms of tempo. And you can definitely tell that the nerves are slowly getting into them. But if they manage to shake it, you can tell that once they get a few item power spikes, you can rely a lot on Williams to really navigate their way to going for pick. And the goal here is always to either get a catch onto the Kha'Zix or even the Annie to really start things off. And heck, you can even try to bait the Shang to commit to something and then slowly take them one for one. Like, in terms of trade, they're managing well, where you saw what happened in the past fight. And the problem with Geek Fam here is that they don't have a tank. And if they were to be able to outlast some of all these trades, this is where you will see advantages going back towards the side of South Dargar EBLZ, because they have this Bureau, which definitely can work a lot better than the Riven hitting into the late game.
Momo forced out the flash from Zafirov as he followed up with the killer instinct in the bot lane. So at least you get one sum away from the support. And an immobile support as well. Downing Shadows will keep God Gatsby alive, and God Gatsby will flash to safety, but Momo is going to commit to it. The slow doesn't kill him. 69 also tries to go for the commit, but look at who's here. It's Haki with the teddy bear at the ready. Thankfully, Fallen is there. And the hail of arrows, the desecrated ground, almost takes out Momo. But thankfully for Geek Fam, Momo makes it out. The Shang also flashes to safety with the help of the barrier. South Dargar EBLZ, they kind of lose control of both of the map. And Geek Fam will get themselves a free Inferno trip.
Yeah, and it seems like they have to let this go unless if Fallen wants to try with the explosive cast on the split-second move. And is there going to be a chance though? Not exactly so. A little bit too late. He busts out over the wall. And this is where they can capitalize. And that flash has to be extended. And honestly, I wasn't too sure. I think that it's really the nerves getting onto the side of Fallen. And there's just no other way to really commit to that. We already saw. The smite has gone down. What's with the bottom slash?
Yeah, man, the jitters, facing elimination. It's definitely, not a position that South Dargar EBLZ wants to be in, but Fallen desperately wants to play out this wave. Uses the explosive cast, so no means of initiation for South Dargar EBLZ for a while. They have the chain of corruption that they can rely on, but all these minute details that Geek Fam has seen and observed for themselves, they can use it to gain a leverage over South Dargar EBLZ, and now the focus is on that top tier 1.
Yeah, and also look at the anticipation as well. Okay, good snare on. Not really a good position for them to really commit. And this is where I expect the fight to break down over the bottom side here if they're gonna fully commit to this. Now, back to the builds. 2 Rod of Ages, and this is the fact that Haki is commanding for it, that they need to survive the burst. That's why you can see a little bit more of a defensive setup coming in from the side of SDGR. Not exactly defensive, but more of a sustainable build. Fallen though!
Oh, good cast and good sidestep from Fallen. They punish 69. That is exactly what you need. Dawning Shadow is going to force Momo to get away with his barrier and Chrono Belt, but William goes for it, goes and flash into a teddy bear. As Haki gives him a bear hug. Both teams trade 1-for-1. But I feel like Geek Fam would be more happy about that too.
Wow, I'm pretty sure that they are absolutely ecstatic, especially when Fallen was only like a HP away. And Williams goes in with a dangerous response that, okay, I feel invincible now that we've managed to get that big pick off the side of 69. Now, 69 honestly hasn't had the best of game on this Kha'Zix right now, which is why he's building on the Guardian Angel, which definitely gets him a little bit more room for mistakes to happen. He with a flash preemptively done so, and that wasn't exactly an explosive cast that was landing, but he was sort of trying to predict whether if it's going to be pretty much heavy moves. Lishbane though, coming out of the side of Fallen. So we're not exactly seeing majority of South Dargar EA to really go for something more on the defensive side when it comes down to how you want to build this Gragas.
It definitely feels like it, right? I think South Dargar EBLZ probably looked at Geek Fam and realizes that Geek Fam don't really have too much of a durability in fight. Maybe the burst damage might work out, but so far Geek Fam has been keeping up. This is the closest game that we've gotten in this whole series, where both teams are even in terms of that net worth, even in terms of their kills and the map control. With Geek Fam having slightly more of an advantage as Emotionless continues to trade with the Shang. They do bring in Will, take out the turret, take out the Dawning Shadow. There is the charm as well. He connects onto the Shang. The Shang is the pop, the flash, and barrier to get away. 69 comes in to back him out. The Wind Slash is not enough as the Grand Challenge will activate, keeping Williams alive. 69 forced away, and South Dargar EBLZ finds that pickoff.
And that was an easy trading coming in from the side of South Dargar, where they didn't even lose anything at all. where the Shang will have to eventually give way. We saw how brittle the turret was, where there was no point to stay underneath it, especially when the Drake was about to come up online. Now, SDGR may be able to find their very first Drake, but there is a limited time.
Good charm, chain of corruption though, it does miss, so there's no follow-up, but Fallen's coming in for the collapse. Good cast, also Haki with full belts away, turns it around with the 3-man Timbers, but is the damage enough? No, it's not, it's motionless, gets the kill, flashes away, but still loses his life. But the rest of SDGR EBLZ looking to disengage. The Geek Fam, they also walked away with some wounds. Fallen wants to find more, but Geek Fam, they are on the bigger target. It is the dragon, and with that position of power, Geek Fam should be able to get this objective. Shang keeping Fallen at bay, and in fact, can look for the re-engage. Gets in with the Blade of the Rune King, that Blade of the Exile. Does get a Wish Slash out, but he still dies. Winner picks up the kill. 69 comes in from behind. Dawning Shadow kills everyone alive, but Zephyr is going to be the first one to go down. They get a good body slam. They pop the GA. Momo comes back in into a chop. Oh, the killer instinct is the stab. Piercing arrow goes through. 69 finds the kill. Fallen misses the body slam, but he gets the trade regardless. And SDGR EBLZ is not ready to go down. They take 4.
That was insane! Did you just see how much of a reset that the 69 has gotten with his Kha'Zix? He could have actually landed one final blow, and yet, here comes Fallen, still standing strong. Emotionless now comes back up online. They may have secured all 3 of that Drake, but SDGR has been able to just go tit for tat. And now, Geek Fam, even with them having a little bit of unfavorable position, they've been able to trade back in tandem. And that was impressive from all fronts.
And the fighting spirits of these two teams have definitely flared up. Sure, we saw SDGR EBLZ, experiencing a bit of a nerf early on. But when it came down to the wire, when it mattered the most, it was Fallen who kept the team alive. And keeping Geek Fam away from this Baron as well. There's still so much more that SDGR EBLZ wants to accomplish, but the fact that they were constantly, keeping up with Geek Fam is a good achievement. Geek Fam though might be looking for a collapse, but Fallen calls that out. So Geek Fam will settle for the top tier 2 as SDGR EBLZ now looks to make a rotation of their own. Fallen is close, is thinking about it, doesn't have the flash. Geek Fam will be able to get out.
Geek Fam got that one pretty cleanly, but they won't be able to even be putting much of a dent towards the side of Emotionless. He does have low health, but the rest of EBLZ is hitting in!
Haki drops the timbers, and that's it! A dead Williams, starting Shadow, might be a bit too late. The explosive cast goes absolutely wide. He will be popped by Geek Fam because they want more. 69 fights to reset. God gets is isolated, and he gets a triple kill. Zafrov is the 4th on the menu as he flashes away. But Geek Fam finding that kill, and once more is the Annie Tibbers, the bear heart that Geek Fam desperately needs. This is going to be Baron Nashor for Geek Fam.
That was on Williams right there. He shouldn't have actually going for that bait check. Shouldn't have actually dived right in for that sort of trade. Now, they not only get that Baron, they've already got the Nami here just escorting the wave, already knocking down their doors. Geek Fam may be able to topple them if they do not retreat right now. But SDGR, they still have a little bit of air here.
Oh,
but now the Shag stopping the recall.
Emotionless with the barrier flashes away. Still burns. The Shang finds him. The Shang with the double kill. And oh, Geek Fam slowly breaking SDGR EBLZ apart. They had a lead only for a little while, but Geek Fam snatched it away in broad daylight. And now SDGR EBLZ kind of staring down the barrel of defeat. Is there still a chance?
And definitely there was. And you just look at how that team fight previously that has been able to bring back 69 from that negative scoreline, now 7-3. He's absolutely confident that he can take anyone on with that sort of split if anybody moves right in. Have to let go of tier 2 right down bot. Now, just look at itemization. This has costed them, especially when the Gragas is not going on that full tank build. Now that they are behind, what are they really looking to burst? Now that they're on pole position, expect that Tibbers to drop in hot. Now, also with the Ocean Elder calling in for SDGR to either let go and suffer a big loss when they come back for them later on, or now forced to respond.
Oh no, they caught Fallen. He's dead. Without his grabbers, Southern EBLZ might have lost their chance. Zephyrus gets the second one to go down, and Geek Fam have flying too. And with this barrel buff, Geek Fam might have just done it. We talk about them, they're forging their legacy, marching into the base of Southern EBLZ. This could be the final stand. Southern EBLZ really needs to win. Emotionless goes in with the grand challenge, pops it. He's gonna stay alive for a bit longer, but Momo will come in for the final kill. And Geek Fam, they have done it. The stream continues. The Cinderella story will not die here. They beat Saudaga EBLZ 3-1, and they will proceed into the lower bracket finals.
And this is where all of us will believe again on the tenacity and the prowess of what Geek Fam can offer us here in the playoffs as they took down Saudaga EBLZ 3-1. Have we expected them to win all too cleanly? Not exactly so, but they have proven all the doubters wrong yet again. Whether it's Zora, Becky or not that's in the team, they've been able to still bring the pain to the rest of the teams that are playing here in the playoffs. Let's have a look at the itemization yet again. And this is where I felt that, at the very least, Geek Fam, they got their backs covered, especially 169, opted going for the very early Garden Angel. And also, there is a lot of all these other items that have been able to help them sustain that cancel. And he slowly switched up to more of the HP build as well, having that Black Lever and eventually towards a Cyrilda, still offering enough damage output when it comes down to all these sort of team fights. Meanwhile, Fallen, I honestly felt that if he had something more defensively set up, it still could bring in a lot more room for Saudaga to play in all these late game team fights. And Emotionless didn't even get a chance to successfully pull off a good split push to get all these objectives that they desire.
Yeah, and well, to the unbelievers of Geek Fam, they still, prove that the power of unity is ultimately going to prevail. This whole script that Geek Fam has started for themselves, it was full of doubts, it was full of just blood, sweat, and tears. But right now, it seems like the whole journey is starting to pay off. From a reshuffled roster to new leadership to adaptation to last chance qualifiers on the brink of elimination, they come back and take out our fan favorite Sam9. They take out Saudaga EBLZ, a team that everyone looked at and thought maybe this is the team that will challenge Berjaya Dragons. Not anymore. It seems like Geek Fam, even though they're forging a new legacy, that old fire still burns. And with that, Saudaga EBLZ, we will have to bid them goodbye. They will finish 4th in the season. Geek Fam will see daylight for one more best of 5 tomorrow. But right now, I think they can definitely rejoice and be proud of themselves.
They definitely will have to feel so. And I gotta give, of course, massive credit to Nyx, because in this entirety of the series, he's been on peak performance, not only protecting all the carries that are on the fam. You have been able to see him come in with some really big clutch plays that have been able to shove Saudaga EBLZ around. And one tidal wave, you saw a lot of all these members running on a disarray format. I want to even call it into format, because this itself is huge, and you just got to give credit to all of them. And now we do have a member of Geek Fam ready to speak to us here. And of course, coming off fresh out of that massive victory against SDGR, how are you feeling, Hockey?
Definitely, I'm feeling very happy because we managed to make it this far into the playoffs despite all the really tough moments during the earlier qualifier stage, or is it group stage? I can't remember the exact. Yeah.
Group stages.
Yeah. So I know last time we spoke, we did kind of look back at how Geek Fam going through this change and you having to step in and be that voice, right? And you can clearly see the improvement that you have brought to the team. But what was the challenge that you faced? From then until now?
I think the biggest challenge I face is definitely with regards to the jungle player changes, because my playstyle really heavily revolve around my jungle. I'm not like a like I tend to play around the team more. So definitely I like to roam more, and I feel like the jungle play itself like heavily impacts on how the way I play as well. Yeah. So that's like I think the biggest challenge I face up to now.
All right. Then now you guys are qualified for that lower bracket finals and also to challenge Berjaya Dragons eventually if you guys can take on UndeRank. What shall we expect coming out of Geek Fam for tomorrow? Is there any more surprise that's left on the tank for us?
Uh, I don't think there's a lot of surprises. I think just expect like the way we played for today and yesterday. Yeah, about the same. Yeah.
Right. I mean, thank you very much. I mean, your Geek Fam story has been a very motivating one, and we wish you guys all the best for tomorrow. But for now, celebrate and rejoice that victory. We'll wish you guys good luck for tomorrow. Thank you for joining us for this short interview.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
goodbye.
you, Hockey. Well,
That's it.
First we kept it short and simple because the result speaks for itself, right? Don't you think?
Yeah. I mean the new voice. I think he has finally found his place, and he did lay out one of the biggest challenges, and it's something that we did talk about throughout the entire group stage, right? Where when Nyx had to fill in a jungle role, it did feel a bit off for Geek Fam. It felt like they were not synchronized. But with Hockey's confirmation of that, it really showed how one small change really brought Geek Fam to where they are right now. And of course, to not to disregard all the effort they've put in behind the scenes. So even though I think that we still harp every now and then on the departure of the previous foundation, Ozora, Becky, the Might and Soul, but at least for now, if you're a Geek fan, you can confidently place your hopes on Hockey and the rest of the squad and look at Geek Fam as it's okay. We might have lost one voice, but we've gained another one that is commanding the team really well.
And of course, they have never really lost the essence of how they have been all too dominant back in the preseason, all the way to the summer season as well. Now that they've regained their strength, and I wonder if this is already the maximum potential of what Geek Fam can offer, and if they can perform exactly like how they did in this spectacular series that we just witnessed, they may be able to get their way back into the grand finals. And now we have a look at the player of the match, and it will be Momo as their superstar carry on that marksman role.
If you told me during the group stage that Geek Fam is gonna make top 3, I think a lot of people would take that statement with a grain of salt. But right now, if you tell me if Geek Fam might just be our grand finalist and make it to Southeast Asia once more, I don't doubt that. I have no question. But of course, Momo, yesterday it was Hockey, today it was Momo, 2 of the core players of the team, especially when Momo has been here since the beginning. He has continuously improved his craft and showed us why he is one of the most feared AD carry in the region. Right now, looking at how far Geek Fam has come, obviously it's hard to say that they are definitely going to beat UndeRank tomorrow. But if you are UndeRank and you watch Geek Fam just go through this lower bracket run, you have to give them the respect that tomorrow might go the distance. Because Geek Fam, just like you said, have been reinvigorated, and now they are just out there and looking for that redemption story.
And if you look at it as a matter of fact, UndeRank today didn't look like they were in the best of shape as well. The question is, can they actually face off against a very on-form side of UndeRank if that's going to be the case of tomorrow, where both step up with their 100% being shown and eventually leading to also take on Berjaya Dragons in the grand final. So I want to see what else can not only Momo offer by then. It's all about how the jungle playstyle will affect the rest of Geek Fam on how they can command some of all these fights. And this is where we are all locked in for the very final day of the ESL Mobile Open C Icon Series Malaysia. And now it's only down to that final 2 series in the lower bracket finals where Geek Fam has now secured their spot to face off against UndeRank on the lower bracket finals. Winner gets to not only qualify for the C Championship, they will also look for that first seed potential to be on top of the groups on that C Championship eventually. And we'll see whether or not can they defeat Berjaya Dragons, who are looking unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, and just a very, cheeky pattern. The upper brackets have been a 3-0 sweep. First UndeRank, then Berjaya Dragon. But in the lower bracket, it has been Geek Fam all the way. 3-1 over 7-9, 3-1 over Saudaga EBLZ. You can kind of say that Geek Fam are the Kingslayers up to this point. But no, to put it as a Kingslayer might be a long shot. We can just say they are going through the royal hierarchy. They're slaying the prince, they're slaying the bishops and the knights. Tomorrow is going to be UndeRank, the rook on the entire chessboard. And of course, at the end, it will have Berjaya Dragons as the kings. But Geek Fam have proven time and time again that they might just have a chance. And if it's not enough to turn heads, their work has definitely proven otherwise.
Definitely no better word to put it into picture, where this is definitely a masterpiece performance coming in from our top 3 teams that have made it thus far. And it does saddens me a bit that the curtains will eventually close by the very end of it all. But I can't wait to see what can our best teams of Malaysia as a region can offer in the Southeast Asia Championship of Wild Rift. So, Husky, we had our predictions out there, and there were many of times that we were also stunned and baffled during the group stages. And even here in the playoff stage, Geek Fam not only gave us hope as well as surprises out there, is that the tenacity that they have here and the way that they matched the persevere through it all reminds me back on summer season on how Berjaya Dragons, who were always securing that number 2 spot, has finally reclaimed that number 1 coveted spot eventually. Now, is there a possibility in this universe where we will be able to see Geek Fam comes in as, the fallen champions who have become the underdogs of the entirety of the circuit, finally rise up to take what's theirs?
That could be a possibility, but of course, with the grand finals approaching tomorrow, we want to give you guys some additional add-ons, and it will be our hardest showdown, the showdown paling hangat between Team Fabra and Team Eliminate, 2 influencers who have assembled their teams over the weeks, and they will clash tomorrow right before the best of 7 at 1 p.m. So you definitely don't want to miss this, because these guys are here not just to entertain, but they're here to make a statement for themselves. So whether you're on Team Fabra or Team Eliminate, you want to drop by and you want to tune in to how it's going to go down.
That's right. So it's all fun and games, and I hope that you guys not only participate, but also cheer on all of your favorite teams that will be playing in the C Icon Series Malaysia. So there's a lot of fun and action that will be happening here. Same time, same place, starting off from about 1 p.m. 8 GMT plus 8 if you guys are coming in from other regions as well. So I want to see that final slot here fall to the deserving hands, whether it's Geek Fam or UndeRank on the very first matchup. We will have to wait and see. And is there going to be any sort of transition in power by the very end? Now, it's time for some community spotlight out there. This one's from Muhammad Imran 2.
Yep, and he says, plot twist, Geek Fam makes it to the grand finals, seeking revenge against Berjaya Dragon for the summer grand finals. It might come true. And now, with how Geek Fam has performed, I can definitely side with this statement. Maybe this is it. Maybe you mentioned how Berjaya Dragon, they did always remain in second place until they won summer, but Geek Fam had a greater fall, synonymous to the whole fall season meme that we made at the start of the group stage. But what falls down comes back up stronger, and Geek Fam, they are the team. So Muhammad, I'm Run 2. Congratulations. You not only got featured, you not only got us agreeing with your statement, you're gonna walk away with some exclusive badges, courtesy of Maggie Hot Cup and Wild Rift. Next up, I'll let you take this away.
This is my favorite SDGR Dream Team. But Geek Fam has family, and family is always strong. We know where that's coming from. Thank you, Shafiq Asmi. And you know what? What goes up has to fall as well, judging from what you have mentioned earlier on. So it's not just memes. The dreams are definitely kept alive out there for those that fought the hardest. So Geek Fam still has a chance at this. Now, I definitely think that there's a lot of spotlight on them coming from chat right now, and they definitely deserve all the love that they can.
Yeah, and next up we have Wafree MY. So Geek Fam just play for fun in group stage ka? Maybe not.
Maybe.
No, yeah, on a serious note, yeah, they did struggle during the group stage, but judging by how they are now in the lower bracket finals, you can say that Geek Fam hashtag saving strats for finals.
Probably so, but remember, UndeRank is definitely one team that has been able to really come up with a lot of great strategies as well, and they are definitely one team with high ferocity when it comes down to team fights on how surgical that they can get. Maybe today's upper bracket finals didn't really justify on how well UndeRank can actually play on a good day. Or should I just say that Berjaya Dragons were just a class above the rest? It could also be the case as well. So, whichever side that you guys want to set your sights on, there's no wrong in that. And I just can't wait to cast the final few games, but we'll have to wait for 24 hours before that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, from 4 teams, we're now down to 3. We have Berjaya Dragons waiting in the grand finals. Of course, tomorrow before the grand finals, we'll have to witness UndeRank take on Geek Fam. And it's between the Cinderella story and UndeRank trying to look for that rematch to face off against Berjaya Dragon. But with that being said, you know, some teams can rejoice, some teams will just have to try harder. Nonetheless, we enjoy every single moment of this. And again, tomorrow we have our influencer showdown paling hangat between Team Fatebra and Team Eliminate, followed by the lower bracket finals, and we'll crown the eventual kings that will go to the Southeast Asia Championships. And until then, we will sign off for now. I'm Husky, it's Contra. We'll bid you guys goodbye. See you tomorrow as we crown our new empress.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice. I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu bertanda. Adakah di Berjaya mendapatkan pencari yang keempat dan kuat? Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill. Jaguar kill.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand